So who would like to abstain? Please. Extraordinary NA. So here approve the minutes of the extraordinary NA from July 24. So if you do so, please raise your voting device now.
Purpley high case.
Okay, thank you. Please lower that. If you want to vote no, please raise your voting device now. If you would like to abstain, please raise your voting device now. Please be on time and not late. Thank you.
You can log. Yeah.
All right. Okay, perfect. Thank you. So, next question is, does anybody has any proposals still or amendments for the agenda? Nobody? So, do you approve the agenda for this National Assembly? If you do so, please raise your voting device now. Okay, perfect. If you want to vote no, please raise your voting device now. If you would like to abstain, please raise your voting device now. Nobody? Perfect. Got it right now. So, now for our two lovely ombudsperson, as already said beforehand, can the two please come to front? So, yeah, seen to everybody. As already explained by Lady, we have two nice people who you can contact if you have anything, any information like need someone to talk to. Maybe you can use this all.
Yes, so I'm Ella. I'm the lead audit of this very originally section is Hannover. And yes, if there's anything, please come talk to me and please send to you.
Hi, I'm Marco, and I'm from Hannover. I'm also the vice president of East Germany. I think that's about it. If you have more questions.
Thank you. So, do you elect Ella from Heidelberg and from Hannover as ombudsperson for this National Assembly? If you do so, please raise your voting device now. If you don't want to have them, please raise your voting device now. If you would like to abstain, please raise your voting device now. Thank you. Yeah, perfect. So, thank you very much, Anna, and also for being our participants. So, and last but not least, maybe Henry, our financial auditor, wants to say something regarding the cash audit, so people know what it is.
Yeah, so like at every NA, you have to do the cash audit. we are a bit behind because from the last mandate we didn't receive any access to the accounts. So currently we have to do the cash audit of third and the fourth quarter of last year, so Q3 and Q4 of 2023. And this includes just checking if the transactions that were made from the bank agree with the different invoices, if the start and the end match, and so on and so forth. It's a really not that hard job. If you're into finances or are the treasurer of the section, you can step up. I need 2 people to help me with this.
So, do you have 2 volunteers for that? Nobody offers that. So, please, just are there 2 people who would like to do that? Please, raise your hand. So, Philip, perfect.
Also not travelers?
Yeah, anyone. Like, you should be able to count. That's
No, we not even really need it. I just need to say that the member part of the thing was
okay. So please come in front. So perfect. One more. Thank you. Thank you so much. If you do so, please raise your voting device now. Thank you very much, Lara and Philip, for stepping up as special auditors. I think Henry will come back to you later on and everything that you need to know. And with that, the voting clock is over. Thank you for my last years for the help, and back to you.
Yes, as you can see, it makes up the update. So I don't know who of the additional level is going to present anything, but get ready, get upfront with this side maybe already, so you don't need to walk around during the presentations. Yes, yes.
Die schwarzen Augen, Digga. Aber was zu haten, ist das einzige Bild, was ich halt habe, jetzt überlegt. Wir müssen noch Neues machen. Das International? Hä? Das International? Nee, das ist nur meine. Ich habe einfach.
Updates, but we also have our local national coordinators here. I have a lot to say and little time, so if something is not clear, please ask some questions. I'm going to present my updates based on my 4 portfolios. So my first portfolio is education and advocacy, for which I have been maintaining contact with our institutions, mainly the DAD, so the Deutsche Akademische Austauschdienst. And actually today at 5 p.m. you will get a presentation from the head of the DAD, Dr. Stefan Geifels. I also had a presentation at the Erasmus Jahrestagung from the DAD. It was online and there were
the newsletter that they sent. And I am working to be in contact with a member of the European Parliament, so by the next NA we will have some updates on that. I have been active in the international education community, and the most important part is that I founded the liaison office, and we got a lot of work. We're going to explain more in depth, but we have a strategic plan, we have a couple guidelines, and we're writing a report on the ESN survey data. So thank you to the liaison office for the amazing work. My second portfolio is representation towards Liaison International. So I fulfilled endless duties, forms, questionnaires, documents, and I attended hundreds of calls. But the important two things are that I attended the extraordinary GA that was actually in August, not in September, that's a typo. So we had a consultation call with the sections and the president, and I attended the GA and voted for Germany. I have been helping the international coordinator with the EGM delegation, and we already had our first EGM call. And we are in contact with ESN France for some cooperation projects, so also hopefully you will have more news about this soon. So thanks to Max for his invaluable help. All right, portfolio 3, administrative leadership. So with the help of CT and AB, we planned the extraordinary NA that was held in July. Also this NA, so the official invitation, the agenda, and all of the things. We have reviewed our standing orders and statutes, and we have proposed many changes, as you might have seen in the agenda. You're going to vote on them. And the two other things is that we have created an action plan, so like the short-term strategy for the year, and we are also working now in the long-term strategy, so a plan for the next 3 years and for the next 6 years. And we will have a consultation about that with you during the discussion time right after this. Yeah, and then other business, like daily business. And last but not least, organization of the national level. So I've been managing the NB, so like the calls, writing task description for national coordinator, CT, and whatnot. Some calls. I think the two most important part is that I've been taking care of the national monthly level, national level monthly updates, and the NB minutes that you have receiving in your section emails every month. And I hope you're reading. And I have been quite active in the local presidents community. Lovely community. My time is up. Thank you.
Thank you. I continue in his office. Amazing work. We have 5 people. Elena, Luisa, Anna, Malaika, and me. I'm Philip. And I want to present you what we're doing. So we support Teresa in the portfolio of education and advocacy. We are working on analyzing these survey data for Germany, so for the incoming and outgoing students. We inviting the stakeholders for the EGM 2025. We're also working on maintaining and establishing contacts with different initiatives and organizations. And as well, as Jim said, we're working on how to apply or how to ask for funding guides. But what have we achieved so now? Coming to the survey data.
Yeah, so Elena has been mostly taking care of this since she cannot be here. I represent this for her. So basically, you know what the ESN survey is. It is sent out to all of the internationals to do exchange, and we get data from them that we use to for advocacy purposes and for good purposes. So we requested the specific data for incomings and outgoings from Germany. We have been analyzing the data. We have some preliminary results. This is a sneak peek, but you're going to learn more about this on our presentation tomorrow. And we expect by the end of the beginning of the year we will have a report and policy paper, and we're just going to use it to advocate.
Thank you so much. Coming to the next, stakeholders, inviting them for the EGM. What are stakeholders? It's basically an important person who are doing or had taken decisions on different levels, and we have to, or should be in contact with them so we can basically lobby for our ideas and goals. So we met them to say, okay, which stakeholders are super important for us. We're sending out invitations this week and next week. And then we aim to get 3 exceptions, so we help them also to register. In the end, we stay in contact with them until the EGM, and in the end, we basically babysit them also during the EGM, so we help them, and if they need something, and we hope to casual talk also on our topics during the EGM. Next thing, if we have the contact, we try to maintain the contact, as Rhea said, with the DAD, our most important partner, but also with Hannover and Back to School. And PferdiNAnd, as you know, but our new contacts are the FZS, it's basically the National Students Union, der BAST, Bund Ausländischer Studierende, so Association for Foreigner Students, and as well the DBR is the National Youth Council, which is super cool because then we basically try to cooperate together and also try to reach the goals where we're aiming for together. Coming to the next one, how to apply for
we got you. So wait for our how to apply for funding guide, which will publish soon. So we hope we can help you how to start a conversation with the international office to ask for this money. And last but not least, we want to focus on, or just Elena and I want to briefly go deeper into our work.
Yes, so Elena has been very regularly attending all of the liaison office calls, the education community calls, and she has done a lot of work with this big Excel sheet that we get for this survey data, making it readable. Honestly, she has done an outstanding job. And she is currently doing her Erasmus in Hungary, and she is this weekend representing us in Germany there at the NA in Hungary, so that's why she cannot be here.
Thank you. And I have 3 last points. I got elected to the Committee of Internationalization of the International Student, which is great, so you get more insights. And most important are actually I'm preparing right now a panel discussion and a workshop for a conference from the AD on credit recognition. And there, I need your help. So I would like to hear your stories, your personal stories or your stories from your international or national students. What are the challenges, what are the problems, and also solutions? So please approach me during the NA, give me some insights so I can use these cases also during the panel discussion. And it's better to have like an actual case to present to the people so they see where's the problem and don't think so abstract. So please approach me. And last but not least, I attended a lot of events, you can see them down. I also like to highlight the EIE. It's one of the biggest education conference in Europe. Took place in Toulouse, and you can see down a picture of me with some of the ESLers actually attending the conference because there are a lot of international board members, former board members, headquarters, and what I want to say to you is basically that on every event you can find ESLers, but you can also apply for this type of event, and I want to encourage you that you apply for this event. And next year, there's a picture with you on it, and yeah, you can see how big is the network in the end, and where also people from ESN in the end work. Thank you so much. And if you have any questions, please ask the yellow.
Okay, and unfortunately Max couldn't be here, so I promise this is the last slide that I'm speaking. So Max is our international coordinator, so he helps with the representation towards ESN International. Again, he has also done an outstanding work. He is in the US for work, that's why he couldn't be here. But he is our delegation leader for EGM. He has been doing a lot of work with the accommodation, preparation of the point system, the EGM calls, and answering questions. He is also preparing for the General Assembly in Thessaloniki, where we're going to develop the 6-year plan, but instead of for ESN Germany, for ESN International. He didn't put it, but he has helped me so much with all of these hundreds of calls, like all the duties, all the questionnaires, the forms, and also with the consultation call for the extraordinary GA. And I am finally done. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, I'm Mark, as you can see here. I tried to make myself short because you can also see that we have more people here, so I'm just trying to speak on things. So, I'm connected sections facing internal problems and find solutions. So, maybe some of you all just already saw my face online and we talked a little bit and we thought of more solutions, maybe some ways and some actions that we could improve the section and also for the future and be sustainable for the section itself. Of course, we did not do that yet. You're invited to next year and then we can do that again. Also, I am preparing and distributing the section calls, including the restructuring of the call for sickness and no-show. As you could see, we had the section questionnaire and also the section calls. And also, I got help from Sarah and Leonie, my lovely national coordinators, helping me and the candidate section can be prepared. We have an organized folder that they can just have access to that. Also, she got to know the candidate section via a call, so maybe the candidate section can also already saw her face. Yeah, we already had calls with Mike, David, and Regensburg, and she was also preparing with Nürnberg and Linz, and also with Mike and Regensburg. And that's done. If you have any more questions, you can also reach out to me during the breaks, of course, and also during the
Hello everybody, I'm Sancho, I'm the treasurer. So I have actually so many things, but I am really bad with the timing because of this reason I didn't put a lot of things. So the main thing, I have been really busy with the bureaucracy to get... in the past time I have been busy with the bureaucracy to get authorization for our authorized board members. Unfortunately, the process is still not done because of paperwork, as you know, here in Germany. And also the implementation of the new payment processing platform is already done. We want to offer this already for Spielberg, but we have unfortunately some legal problems, but the integration is already done, and we're gonna hopefully use in next month on credit. So with this way, we are gonna have as payment option credit card payments, SEPA, direct, support, Klarna, Apple, and Google Pay. And also right now I'm planning the next treasurer trainings. So in November we are going to have one-to-one treasurer need and demand analysis. Other than that, right now I'm also busy with the payments for EGM, for Spielberg, also for the national match. I'm processing that. And the highlight for me, I have created the new budget proposal for 25, and we are going to talk about it tomorrow, the most exciting part. And also I attended a BSc meeting in Prague and Aveiro to get a better understanding about the financial activities of other NGOs. Thank you so much.
Yes, I'm a partnership manager, and what I've done, first of all, I communicated with a lot of partners. As you know, I hope you know that Flink is a partner is in Germany now since September. Sorry, I'm a little bit sick, so I will make mistakes. And yeah, I will talk about what kind of partnerships we have with them later. And also, I communicated a lot with N26 and had meetings with them. And I also created legal contracts in German and English because their legal team is very, very slow, unlike our legal team. Thank you for helping me writing the contracts. And also we agreed to sign the contract in October, but this one will be pushed to November because, like I said, they're very slow. And I'm also in contact with our existing partners like TK and Eurocenter regarding future partnerships. And regarding the BFC and our network, I've created a visual plan on the ESN Germany website of the ESN card and partner site. So we have like all the partners really beautifully on our website now, and I've forwarded the information to the IT team, so I didn't do it myself. Thank you to the IT team for putting it on our website. And yeah, and I also started working on the sales of ESN cards for ESN Germany, because as you know, there are a lot of international students who don't live near ESN sections, so we are trying to sell it to the people who are at least 1 or 2 hours away from a section. Yes, and also this was forwarded to the IT team. Thank you again for your help. And yes, and also we created and appointed the position of the ESN card coordinator, and we already started the transition, and he's already done a very good job, and he will present himself afterwards. And yeah, and I joined the Spielberg OC calls regularly. I filled out the BFC part of the national questionnaire. I'm also in contact with the PR team regarding the promotions of our partners, and thank you for the PR team for being very fast on posting the partners and making them happy. And also I made action plan for the position of the partnership part for the year 24-25. I also went to the BFC meeting in Prague to do a lot of best practice sharing, and I went to Edinburgh. And I think that's it on my part. Oh, and I'm gonna do an open call for the sponsorship coordinators too, so if
Every
everybody. I'm new. Okay, it's in Germany. So talk about what my tasks and duties would be for the role. Yeah, to install the Google Drive and the stuff that I needed to work with. Data Santo is out to organize the autumn 2024 ESN card order and put the order in for our ESN cards for ESN Germany. And I had a consultation call with ESN Bayreuth because they were struggling to promote and sell ESN cards and to get partners. So if any sections are struggling with this in finding local partners or selling their ESN cards to the international students, you can email esn-card@esn-germany.de and set up a call with me, and I would be happy to do that. And I'll send an email out to all the sections that I'm offering this as well. In addition to this, the last thing I want to add is that during the coffee breaks, you can also get ESN cards, and if you want to buy ESN cards outside of the normal order, you can also put in like an extraordinary order for ESN cards. And after me is
Can I do it from here? Yeah, you can do it. Okay, well, hi, I'm Paula, I'm the event manager. Basically, I've been working on the preparation for the National Erasmus Games that we will have in our Catholic section games. Thank you for that, guys. I attended the event that we have in Denmark. But yes, it's the event that we work with the IEG coordinators, and we got information for basically construct the International Erasmus Games will be from the 22nd and 25th of May. It's going to be in Milano, so we're going to have apparently our national phase around the end of April, beginning of May, hopefully. I already created a WhatsApp group for event managers, so if you're an event manager and you're not there, let me know. I'm gonna prepare a call for you guys, so we're gonna be talking soon. Also, I'm preparing the restructuring of the Ryan Rhapsody event. I already talked to some volunteers here about that. They gave me really cool ideas, so we're gonna work on that. Yes, I already confirmed most of the local platforms, so we will be attending very soon. The spring break is going good. So we're gonna talk about that tomorrow. Yes, I think that's for me.
Yes, so hi everybody. I'm the training coordinator, and I was in the other room working. I have a full-time job, so for today you will not see me so much. But tomorrow I'm here 100% of the time. So in the last few months, since my band days began in August, I set up the German Pool of Trainers. So now we have a national trainers database with contact information and the workshops that they have already facilitated, and they would be happy to facilitate for you. This means that if you have a team building event or a local training event, or you want to organize a training event for your Erasmus students, you put them in a room and you make them work on some topic that you like. You can get help from the German Pool of Trainers. I put a QR code there, so you can access the database, which is just a spreadsheet, nothing fancy, but yeah. Then we also have a national TSO database. The TSO is the training section outline. So basically everything you need to deliver a workshop without having attended it. So if you don't want to contact the German Pool of Trainers, or if there are no trainers available, you can pick from the TSO database and deliver the workshops yourself. If you need support with that, you can always contact me. I will be happy to support you. And there's a QR code for that too. Then I did completely different topic. I did the needs analysis from the section calls. This means that I went through all the Excel sheets and I checked what is interesting for me, so which is what you need to learn, like what you need to get better at, and what you need to develop as sections and as CSNers, as volunteers. Then we got a mini grant from ESN International for a workshop that we will be hosting at DCNA. More on that tomorrow. Then I joined the training and activities community of ESN International. That just means that I attend a bunch of calls, and maybe there's going to be some joint training event with the DACH region, so with Austria and Switzerland. And the last thing that I started doing before the NA, but I still have to figure out how to do it properly because I'm new to this. I want to make a learning plan for ESN Germany, which means across the whole year, like, what we want to be trained on, what do we want to develop, how do we want to grow as a national organization, and again, as individual volunteers. This is tricky because like there are the NAs, there are the LPs, there's the training days, and like they're all organized in different ways with different constraints, and let's see what I managed to do there. That's everything. If you have questions, you can approach me. I am very approachable. And I have an email address which is not here, but just approach me and then I can give you the email. It's on the website. Okay, and I will leave the word to Jack. And I will go back to work.
Hello. I think, what did I do in the last few months? I think I also tried to always get open calls for my project team and social impact team. Both are also looking for more members, and I think as well the social impact coordinator wants to say something about this later on, but nonetheless I'm trained as well together with her and in my position to find grants and funding for also projects. For example, one thing I'm working on is, or I try to work on, is like a second round of BNG when we finished some of our problems related to BNG 1. I was in charge of the delegation of the Erasmus platform 2 years ago, and besides this, I also participate in other grant calls. Also, I participated with the BHC meetings in Prague with Mena and Santo. It was a pleasure of sections calls I had with as well, like as Margarita side, the DACH and similar to the BNG event could be going on in the future as well. The German-French training program is an option we were talking about, but in general, I try to talk with the different project managers from the different companies to get an idea of what can we do, what should we do, working on at least pulling some concepts for different projects. I'm trying to find, especially for the Erasmus Games next year, hopefully in lines, some grants, some opportunities, and also trying to find every time when I find some micro grants, trying to deliver them to the different sections so that they maybe can apply for this. Especially I try to probably next NA or some LPs to maybe do some workshops about how to find grants and make it possible for more sections to find more opportunities for funding.
So first of all, I organized a team call with the Crosses team. The next one will go to in the beginning of November. So everyone, if there's anyone from the Crosses team there, beware. Also, I caught up on naming the events of the month. All sections that one know that they were notified pretty late, but we're up to date now, and I'm gonna keep it up. Also, as Dirk already said, we have an open call for the Crosses team. Please get in touch with me. If you're interested in joining the Crosses team, or if you want to know what the Crosses team does, you can talk to me. If you don't talk to me, I will talk to you. So don't be scared of me. Ask me anything about it. I'd be really, really happy to have you in the team. And then that's it for what I've done for now. I handed in my bachelor thesis 2 weeks ago, so I have more time now. Coming up is the charity run. This will be on pretty short notice again, sadly, as in the summer. I will send you an email, hopefully this weekend or latest in the beginning of next week regarding the charity run. Spoiler, it will take place from November 23rd to 24th, so the last weekend of the social impact days.
Also, I want to bring back the monthly reminder mails for uploading our events to activities, which is very important. Please do that. I will remind you again at the end of every month, as it has been done before. And I will also get back to announcing the winners every month so that everyone gets the appreciation that they deserve. And also, I will be focusing on creating a better support network for everyone who needs help with the causes to help all of the local sections implement it better. Everyone who's joining my workshop tomorrow will help me with that, so be prepared. And that's it for now.
Hello everyone, so I'm Katrin, the communication manager in Germany. What we've been doing, me and my team. So first of all, I created this in Germany community in WhatsApp. So now we have a space where you can communicate with each other. I keep on the GEPR team, where 4 people do the lead now. We made a national level merge, which is by tomorrow. Yes. Yeah, I was preparing and sending the open calls. We are doing the ESN Germany merge. We have ESN Germany stickers now, so in case you want to get a sticker, please reach out to me. Updated the website completely. I created the communication managers community in Slack, and then it's not very sufficient because not everyone has access to Slack, so I'm going to work on that. We did the rebranding of social media of ESN Germany. I did the cooperation with other NGOs like Netherlands, Belgium, Poland, Switzerland. I had the community meetings. I did a lot of video reports, and probably many of you know me from the messages received on Instagram. We did the section cooperation in East Berlin, posted on our Instagram page. Did the National Partners Devotion, and I'm working on cleaning the Eastern Germany change map because it's a complete mess. So work in progress. And my beautiful team, first of all, I'm like a million thanks to my PR team. You can see on the for now, but Svenja will arrive tonight as well. Virginia is unfortunately sick, so she will not be here. But the girls are doing an incredible job. I'm incredibly grateful and thankful for everything that they're doing. And together, we did the new voting devices. Again, a big thanks to Patricia because she did it with her hands. They're handmade. And she put so much effort into this. I hope you like the new devices. Again, we did the stickers. We shared the promo packages to section for square breaks. So we'll send the social intern plugs. We have the content strategy for our social channels, and we're updating them every month. We have monthly calls and weekly calls as well sometimes. We created the ESN card promotion design. Sven is working on that, so it's coming up soon as well. We did the email banners, ESN national level updates. We are reviewing sections regarding BEAM again. And we will have an open space about BEAM, so feel free to join and feel free to reach out to me or Patricia today regarding if you have questions regarding BEAM. I know it's a big topic. And again, we're just reminding you about BEAM. You have under no circumstances we want to like give you warnings or anything. And we're working on the news and Germany sections now. And in case you want to join PR team, we're always recruiting. Feel free if you want to do graphics, if you want to do copywriting, if you want to do press releases, if you want to do photos or videos, we're very, very, very welcome to you in our team. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I'm Saurabh, and I hope like most of you don't know me because I don't come on calls with like this before. So I had a transition with the Gabriel, he's sitting behind and he's always trying to enjoy on a backseat. So he was a previous IT manager and I had a transition with him. What I am currently working on is GA app, which will soon replace all the voting devices from the I will try it best for next NA. Everything is digital, not anymore these things. And we are working on the ESN cloud. Again, I'm working with Gabriel. So we are gonna even try to replace the Slack and all the other different things. And reimbursement page for ESN Germany at a national level, a section workspace. So soon you will have your own email IDs. You know, like all the sections, like every board members and every team member will have different email IDs. And yeah, making sections understand what GDPR is. So soon enough, you will come to know me because there are some things like GDPR, like some of the sections are not following, and I have that list, and I will be soon contacting them. Project I worked on, updated greetings to a latest version, and yeah, it's up to date. But to be honest, tomorrow it will be down for a while because we have another update. And I am working with partnership manager Nana for ESN cards sales, as well as I am working on I also work with the status page as well as the partnership website. Thanks to Oliver, he was the one who helped me out with that. And we are supporting national board as well as sections and national coordinators with all the things they have the issue with about the IT things. Going to my future task is like creating an IT community call soon, which I didn't do it till now, yeah, but I will do it soon. Satellite 5, I will be working on a development right now, so and keeping the critics up to date. So as I said, tomorrow it will be down. Monitoring with ESN International, so we accepted to have a digital ESN cards, but I don't know when. But yeah, we are trying to help them out with this project. And yeah, I am also looking for IT team. I got 2 applications from Dortmund, and I'm expecting more from other sections. Please join. And I know like ESN Germany has the potential to do that. And even international know that, you know, like we are the good ones. So, and additional tasks, like I was in a Prague for IT community call and learned a lot of stuff, new stuff. It was really cool. So that's why I said join the IT community. It's really the best one. And I was even in the SWAP. There also I met some of our IT people, and it was really the best thing. Yeah, pre-break calls, some of them. And I also finished up my 1-year action plan with other national board members. And yeah. Any questions?
Yes. So this is a good change because now is the Q&A. I already opened it, so you should already be able to enter your questions. I'm going to read them, and if you then have any comments or so, just yes. And also, please don't upload the questions because this is going to be a mess. So you can't see the questions, I will read them, everyone else can see the questions. If you log into Slido, you can also see the questions. Okay, Paula, unfortunately. Yes, that would be great. Okay, so Johan, please enter also your last name. Southeast, obviously, everyone knows that, I guess, but yes. Also, you mentioned the restructuring of Rain Rhapsody. What is the approach for making the event more interesting and outstanding to exchange? Yes. You mentioned the restructuring of Rain Rhapsody. What is the approach for making the event more interesting and outstanding to exchange students?
Okay, thank you for that question. Actually, when I was talking to members of ESN Düsseldorf, they gave me really good ideas on how we can change the event and make it more approachable for like international students. So the program is basically changing. Now it's not gonna be just the parties and like the flag parade. Every day we will have a day that is gonna be dedicated to each city. So one day we will have Bonn, one day we will have Düsseldorf, and one day for Cologne. So we already have some activities free of charge, obviously, and some of them we're gonna put it on the program. We're gonna do city tours, activities in museums, and other things that are actually like really cool. So that's the process on the program. The parties are gonna be still in Cologne, and the people is gonna stay in Cologne. The amount of people I think is gonna be less because we're trying like to do this new thing. So we can manage better. We knew that the club was not big enough, and I think we had more people than we expected. So the idea is to reduce the amount and basically restructure the program. So you can actually enjoy the 3 cities and not being like divided, because at the end of the day we had problems with the city tours and they were not well prepared. So I think in this case we're going to be with all the help that we need.
Okay, just a reminder again to put a name because I got an anonymous question, and please insert your first and last name, not just any shortcut. You can put people we don't understand, it's easier later on. Okay, Luis asked to Marco, what about the CS
candidate section?
Okay. How to Berlin?
Yes, thank you for the question. So, I think we're the candidate section we have for a year now. And this NA should be the NA where they apply for a full section, or again as a candidate section. and I was in contact with Julia, which is the president there, and they decided to not apply for either a candidate section or a full section, which means that they will be out of the network after this NA. But I still thank them for the cooperation and indulgence when we had during the time we had them in common. Thank you.
Okay. If you ever send the anonymous question, please send your name as well, then I can read it. Ollie asks to Santo, sections and also in AB had problems communicating with you. How do you want to improve that?
Thank you for this personal thank you for this public share. So everyone has its own phase, and last 2 or 3 weeks I was really not able to use the digital communication tools of Germany. I'm gonna give my best in the future. Hopefully, I'm gonna improve myself regarding digital communication. I'm gonna give my best.
Thank you. Okay, Luis asks to Teresa and Philip, just for clarification, why is the guide on how to request funding under your team?
That is a very good question, because I think that very wasn't clear. That guide is not about budgeting, it's not about finances, it's about advocating for yourself. So you say there are these amazing events that we want to go to. Going to these events is going to help us be better volunteers. But to go there, we need some funding and we need to get money. So how can you speak with your IRO, with the DEAD, with any stakeholders that you might have available in your city or close by, to present yourself and say, these are the reasons why it is beneficial for you to pay for me to go to this event. So it's going to be how to advocate for yourself or your section guide in order to get funding to go to events. I hope that. Okay, good.
All right, Martin, PR manager from SMTUNI asks, can you elaborate more on what the problem with the bank account access for the NP is? I guess that's too simple. We're reading it. Okay. Martin from TUMI asks, can you elaborate more on what the problem with the bank account access for the NP is?
Paperwork. For example, Martin, where are you? So the problem is the paperwork. So basically, they are doing documentation check once. They're doing just one in one month. So basically, we didn't submit some documents first of all. Also, for example, they didn't let us know exactly which documents we need. For example, we are sending after 2 weeks or after 3 weeks, we are getting a reply from the bank. Oh, this document is still missing. You have to send this too. So because of this, we are waiting since almost 3 months for the bank access. So basically, we have a
also like just to follow up on unfortunate things. The first one, for example, being sending the emails because we needed to sign. So it was first from Sandra to me and then to Teresa. It just took 2 weeks for just one letter to come from Sandra to my place. So it was not only the bank, but also, the sending out. And it was really, really important. Really do apologize for that, but I really hope that we can figure it out as soon as possible. So Sandra can go
Next question is from Oliver again. Sarah, what was the reason to implement the technical share, even though the IT manager did it in the past?
Yeah, I know IT manager did it in past, and previous IT manager itself is technical share this time as well. But I didn't had a transition for that, and I didn't know how these things work. So I knew it today, and so next time I will try to remind the technical share.
Thank you. Luis asked to Teresa, the long-term strategies are usually written and ignored after the group. How do you see that being changed so that they are actually?
Thank you for your question. I'm very happy to answer it because I actually have a plan for this. It is something that was already implemented in the action plan and something that I've seen in the previous 3-year strategies and in the previous action plan is that the goals were very ambiguous. They were not really clear and they were kind of open-ended. It is impossible to either track progress or to see when they are completed. For example, get better at recruiting new sections. So So what we are aiming to do is to have very clear goals that are trackable. We can track the progress. We can see when they are completed. We can also clearly identify if they are not completed, why, or what's the obstacle. And we're also going to be following them as part of the action plan. So the next NE will have to, as part of the action plan, coordinate with the three-year strategy plan, sorry, and see what their goals have to be, what has to be done, and how are they tracking progress with that. Is that clear, or is there, okay.
Okay, the next question is from Johan, now you will get the position by the way, to Margarita, but Margarita is not here yet. Oh, you're here, okay. When did you arrive here? Okay, and what's the reason for putting a deadline to the application for the pool of trainers and for only having a yearly short application period?
So where is Johan? I can't see you. Okay, thank you for your question. So first of all, I think we are gonna have another application period for the summer semester, February probably. So yeah, like half of your question, but it's a decision that I made afterwards. In the beginning, I thought we would have a yearly call for applications for the pool of trainers. The application was open from 22nd of August until 7th of September, and then I extended the deadline until 14th of September, which is almost a month. I don't think this is a short time for applying for being part of the pool of trainers. The reason why there was a deadline to be part of the pool of trainers is that at some point there has to be a group that knows that they're going to work together and they're going to be either in or out. I didn't want to have a turning door situation where people can get into the pool and then get out. It's a lot harder for me to keep track of who is committing to this and who is available for the sections, because in the end the pool of trainers is basically a list of contacts. So yeah, this list has to be maintained. Yeah, like there needed to be a deadline. I left 3 weeks, 4 weeks for this. I think it's reasonable and more than enough time. And some people did send their documents in like 12 hours after the deadline, and I still accepted them because I understood that everybody has their own things going on in their life. But yeah, like nobody sent me the documents much later, so it was also kind of an easy decision to make.
Okay, next question is from Jonas from Dresden to Catherine. Do you keep a record of warnings about BIM violations, and are you planning on reporting sections to ESET International?
So, thank you for your question. First of all, I've never given a warning to any section, and when I'm texting to the sections, I'm given the reminders about the game. So we are not sending warnings. We do not report to ESET International. There was only one case when ESET International reported to me about the BIM violation from one section of ESET Germany, and yet they didn't give a warning. So the reason why I'm doing this is just to give you a reminder, or for new board members that are not aware of BIM, to remember about the guidelines of BIM. We're not giving warnings. We are not doing anything against you. We're trying to support you in this situation. Until ESET International reaches out to us and tells us with the big SOS that this has to be changed immediately, this is when we put the action, and then we reach out to the section directly and like, please change it ASAP. Which was great because the section changed everything within 2 hours. So it was funny. You want to follow up?
No, even though we're not, sorry, Patricia, even though we're not always keeping track, we're always checking, but ESET International also does it.
So because also, just to follow up on that, when we received the BIM screening sheet from ESET International, it's like a massive table with all the links where the BIM violation was happening. And this is why now, after the name, we're going to send out to the sections all of these links.
Okay, next question is from Luis to Nina about selling ESM cards directly to internationals. What will be done to assure ESM Germany is not taking away income from sections?
Yes, thank you very much for this question. I think I already actually answered a similar question last day and the days before. So the thing is, we're not going to sell. The thing is, before they buy the ESM card, they have to say which university they go to, where they live. And when they live at least 1 hour or 2 hours away, they can buy the ESN cards, because if they're too far away, they will not have the opportunity to go to a section to get the ESN card, and at the end, the ESN card is there for the students to have a discount, have opportunities to receive discounts, and yeah, so we will make sure that they're not nearby your section, so we will not take away the people from your like customers, let's call them that. And also, yeah, the prices, we still gonna fix a price, but it's not gonna be like we're gonna do a more expensive price. So it's not gonna be a cheap price, so they don't drive 2 hours to like, so they don't order with us. And say they don't drive to the sections, if you understand what I'm trying to say. And also, I want everyone to keep in mind that the money we're gonna make with this, it's gonna go into the network, because the reason I want to do this and the reason I become partnership manager is to get enough money so we can offer events like DNA cheaper for all of you, because I'm not gonna run away with the money I make to, I don't know, Greece or whatever, so I'm doing this for all of you, so keep that in mind, and yeah. Push. Oh, sorry.
Yes, you wish.
Just as because in our specific case in Göttingen, we distribute the card to some cities more than 2 hours away, and we send them per post, which they are kind of near us in terms of map, but far away in terms of actually traveling them by bus. So will you at least check with the sections before you decide which cities you are distributing as national organization?
I already talked to, like we already talked about this in a discussion round, and I know that there are not many sections. We're sending them out per mail. I think there are 3 or 4 sections, I think last November. I think the maximum 3 sections to actually send them by post. I know you're one of them. I know there are 2 or 3 other sections who do them. And also, I mean, we can talk about this. We can leave the cities out which are nearby. Maybe those 3 sections, we can figure that out definitely. If anyone's interested to talk about this, if you're one of the sections who sell them online, you can come to me. We can definitely talk about this and leave the sections nearby you who are 2 hours away out. But only those 2 hours away. Like, I mean, if someone wants to order from, I don't know, in the south from Göttingen, I mean, Eastern Germany can take care of that. I mean, that's fine. Like, it's fine if it's just the ones nearby Göttingen, if you prefer.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from Julia Meyer, President ESN Mannheim, to Nina again. There's a summary of all the partners in the MED.
I'm not sure. Right. Thank you for your question. Yes.
A second. Is there a possibility that we get that in a format to share with our sections?
Yes, so the Material Exchange Drive is a place where you put a drive folder, and there is one for partnerships, and you can find a lot of guides and a lot of information about current partners from Eastern Germany and international. And there is I can post a link in the group later for everyone. You can find all the information on a sheet with the current national partners and the current international partners, and I update that regularly. So if there's a new partner gone, or if there's a new partner with international Germany, it will be up immediately. So yes, there is one. I can send it later in the spam group, and I will also talk about this in the BFC community time on, I don't know what day this is, but yeah, I will talk about that there again. And
okay, thank you. The next question is from Luis to Paula Marita. Why was the grant approved for this NA but not used to lower participation fee?
I can take this question. So first of all, it was not a grant, it's a mini grant. We're getting 200 euros reimbursed if we spend up to 200 euros. If we spend less than that, we get 2/3 of the costs reimbursed. And there were very strict conditions. So the grant is for organizing an event in the frame of the Erasmus for Your Career project, which is a project of ESN International. So we can only reimburse the costs of trainers and or people that are involved in organizing this workshop. So we opened a call in the pool of trainers. Philip applied, and so Philip and I are going to get reimbursed for this workshop. This is also because sport supporters are not reimbursed for attending NAs because of the budget. So yeah, like we found this mini grant, and we thought it was a good opportunity to like have more people who can deliver good workshops at NDNA. So this is what's going to happen. Also, the mini grant call was open to the whole network. it might have gotten into your inboxes. I'm planning to actually like signal in some way to the sections when there's such an opportunity, so you can also apply independently from ESN Germany. The only problem is that often these mini grants have a very tight deadline, so you see it in your inbox, and after 2 weeks you already have to deliver a budget proposal, an events outline, and stuff like that. So this happened right at the beginning of my mandate, and I just applied on behalf of ESN Germany. But yeah, like there is already access for you to this kind of mini grants, but there will be more transparency so that you are also encouraged to apply on your own as sections.
Thank you. Next question is from Luis to Paula and Santo. Is there a reason why SB is selling less tickets is selling less tickets than expected? How is that going to influence the finances of ESN Germany?
First question.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, the situation was basically directed to the promotion of the event itself. So at the beginning we had some delays on the situation with the program. So the idea was to actually use the program to promote it, but as we didn't have many updates on that, don't look at me like that. We didn't use it, so yeah, we use very basic information for the spring break at the promotion. I think at some point you were tired of me basically spamming you everywhere because I got messages about that. But believe me, if I wouldn't do that, actually that worked a lot. The 2 last days of sales, they increased a lot for us. So yeah, and I don't know, like basically people, like I spam you, so you know about the event, so if you don't want to.
So for the second question, we are not going to be affected so much from the current situation. So according to Khalid, so we are still under the toleration line and we are still able to make our 6K profits. So we are not going to be affected that much.
So just to clarify, the program was settled way earlier because I'm the head of the program, and it was related to the promotion package and everything related to the promotion itself, which was delayed, which was also due to the restructure in a sense, or like some things that were happening in the OC, which you will figure out tomorrow when I'm going to give the presentation about spray break. And this influenced also the sales. Then the last days were, so then afterwards, when we realized that something's happening, then I started reaching out to other nodes, which helped us a lot with the promotion in the last several days, because it was clear that we have to push it really high. And I said that from the marketing perspective, they just need a bigger audience, and this is why we pushed out the reels, which I have pushed to the communication team and the other nodes, which helped us a lot.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from Maisha, President ESN Dortmund, to Catherine. What is the MD position regarding alcohol according to them?
May I see where you are? Okay. Thank you for your question. So, first of all, you can always reach out to me or Patricia during the break because I don't want to put a lot of focus on this right now. The alcohol promotion in ESN generally is not welcome and is not recommended because you need to always ask yourself, how do you want other nodes, how do you want to see people that never heard about ESN to see ESN? Should it be alcohol? No. So we do not put alcohol as a focus of the promotion of the event. There are some gray zones which can be discussed, which is always the question about how exactly you're going to promote. Some sections reached out to me regarding Oktoberfest, how they can promote Oktoberfest, or how they can promote wine tasting. So you always need to ensure that when you promote something like that, you need to emphasize on the cultural aspect and not on the alcohol aspect. And this is why, again, the alcohol topic is always very debatable and it depends on the case. As well as if you reach out to because I did reach out sometimes to the Comcom and they're like, yeah, we need more information. There was a section that reached out to me and they're like, we want to promote the event, but we don't know how because it wasn't the name. And I reached out to the Comcom and they're like, it's a gray zone, so we need to know more details. So this is why, if you want me to not a short answer, please stand against alcohol promotion. But if you want more details, then we need to talk about specific cases. And you can reach out, you can come to me during the break.
Thank you. So, we reached the end of the speakers list so far. Does anyone still have a question? No one else, because I would close the speakers list then. And we're like 15 minutes ahead of time. So I would suggest that we just have the break now. The RC is already ready for the break, but we would also need to like regroup earlier to have time later on. So I would just like shift the agenda forward to continue in the program as usual, and then maybe we'll be able to like extend the discussion block a little bit to have more time there. Okay, perfect. Oh yes, any objections to the changing of the agenda? Sorry. We're not there yet. Did anyone hear that? Just to be sure. Okay, so the changing of the agenda, just moving it forward, like I just said. Does anyone have any objections to that?
Question. Peter, yes, I'm beautiful. When exactly we need to be back in this room?
So we have 11:17 now, so in 25 minutes. So that would be like 40, right? Yes. So I'm going to write it on the presentation I just saw. So if you have any question, I can just punch it here. And yes, Luis, update from the speaker.
Yeah, so coffee break, the next room. Just maybe after you grab food and drinks, maybe. Okay, good. So yeah, because it's also look like this, so everything is in the front. So just take food and drinks and maybe move maybe down, maybe to the hall a bit, or maybe back in this room. So there's plenty there. Bring your own gun. I hope you brought that. But it's about okay. We have a couple extra, you know. People who want to FD get a ticket now from check in around possible in there.
Is the easy work getting ready to go? Is the easy work getting ready?
My question.
It was good.
AD and would like to do the AD updates different this time. So we would like to ask you. So I want to have everybody who has been to 3 or more NAs to stand up. Okay. Perfect. So I think the ND can sit down. But for the rest, the others please stay up. Also the different coordinators, because now you. So the idea is now that you will answer the questions I have for you. Of course, you get a little treat for that. So we will start now with the first question: what are the members and positions of the AD? Great. We have legal audit. We have the financial audit with Henry, and we have the main audit, which is you. Oh, perfect.
I can elaborate. Yeah, so basically, Vivi and I were the legal auditors. We help with, for example, questions of statutes. We help at the National Assemblies with the votings. Is there more than many things? We need the audit team. If you want to join, please contact us. It's later on.
Okay, so. Yes, it's right. And what's his name? Can you help them?
Let's go auditorium specs.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, you can sit down, but the rest is still up. So, what are the tasks of the audit board?
To answer a lot of complicated questions and to make sure that the rules and regulations are being followed. Yeah. I'm sure there's like 17 more, but
okay, yeah. That's basically the same. Maybe you can also tell me more.
Yeah, so everything you said is correct, but additionally we do some more stuff, especially Ella and I are mainly here to provide legal guidance to you, the sections, but also to the national board. This is a task that we also share with Ollie and Henry as the main audit and the financial audit, where we are in general conducting audits of the MP's activities or just advise them, for example, in the proposals that you will hear tomorrow by them. And furthermore, we check that we adhere to our standing orders and statutes. We oversee the voting at DNA. We count the votes at DNA. And this is the task of the financial auditor conducting the financial audit.
So, next up. Who can contact the AD and how should you contact them? Philip.
How? Via email.
Okay.
So you can. All of you can send email to the, I think we have one mail email address, and I think for your position as well. How? So be polite, introduce yourself, introduce your problem, and then maybe if it's needed, also some additional information. So maybe if there's a request to check something, also send the documents. Yes, and I think also be patient, because sometimes I think it takes some time to read all the documents and to get deeper inside.
Are there limitations on who can contact us?
I guess members of these sections is the correct answer.
Yeah, so everyone can contact us. Always feel free if you have any questions regarding your section or maybe your position, anything that happened, whatever you feel like you need either advice on legal matters or on financial ones, or maybe some advice on the general structure of ESN. Email us to auditors@ESN Germany, and all communications with us is confidential. We will always also ask if we can share the information, for example, with the audit team if we need some additional expertise. So you will be never contacted by anyone else about stuff that you confidentially asked us to help about. yeah, funny that Ollie added it. Like, if you want to complain about the NV, we are also the people that you can complain to, because we are auditing them.
Yeah. And now, the next question. Which working group was led by the AV?
The legal team?
No, that's not a working group.
For the EGM point system, or not just the EGM, I think it's also for different events, or is it just for EGM? But anyway, you will let this group, the point system for the sections, to get active.
Like, we had a working group for the EGM spot distribution, and we have 3 SOS proposals that we handed in, and yeah, you will hear about that tomorrow. So, the next question is for you. How many SOS proposals besides the EGM one are we presenting this time?
Some are of the national board and some are of the audit board. And I think 4 or 5.
That's not right. You know that. I respectfully decline. Okay, so we'll give you the answer, maybe.
Yes.
Yes.
Should be 3. So we have one about the code of conduct, where we want to add additional mediators, but we will inform you more about that when we do the voting. Limit vote delegations per section, and limit vote delegations to ESNers, because right now, actually, people that are not ESNers could be vote delegates. Yes, and then we support the NB on formulating their SOS proposals, because people that want to do SOS proposals, like even also just the active members, they can come with proposals. So if you have one for the next NA, please let us know.
And then the next question, what is the audit team or legal team?
I guess the people who help the
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, so the audit team is basically our only team who is always advising us if we have questions on legal matters or sometimes even financial. We have calls regularly with them where we are talking about, well, different things that are coming up. Like I said, if there is a section that contacted us and we feel the need of getting additional expertise in, then we are basically asking first the person addressing us and then share that information with the audit team to ask for their expertise. And furthermore, we worked on several projects together with the audit team. For example, the RC nominating guideline and the translation of the Standing Orders Institutes were done in cooperation between the audit board and the audit team.
So, I was asking Lucy, what are the to join the audit team?
Get very good looking and be part of ESN.
And everyone in ESN is good looking, so.
Everyone's good looking, so everybody can join the audit.
There's an interest in finance and legal topics, like you do not have to study law or finance or anything. Like, just be interested to an extent, help do some research, and then we have meetings once a month. And there's no, like, you don't have to sign anything. Yes, you do have to sign the NDA, but apart from that, it's very low-key, and you can do as much or as little as you want. Nice team, and nice way to get a little bit behind the scenes in the network. So if you're interested, please come talk to us. We don't mind, maybe he does good.
And now the bonus questions. What will be the number one topic of me when I am interested in other listeners at this NA? Luis, do you what could it be?
I don't feel like speaking right now, sorry.
Surprisingly.
I think we have another one left in many NAs. So, did you have any idea? Have you maybe looked at the applications you had?
No.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Nobody looks at the applications. But my number one topic will be trying to convince someone of you to apply for a financial auditor, since we have like for the next date, unfortunately Henry won't do it again. So we are still looking for someone and really want to have someone there. So I will talk to you. Be prepared for that. So that was basically it. Thank you all for participating. And yeah, do you have any questions?
Yes, the question is already open. You can put your questions in Slido again. Like it's the same link we showed you before. I'm just going to wait a bit so you have time to write if you want to ask anything. So it's, for the whole day it's the same. Is anyone writing right now?
Yeah.
Okay, first question is from Santo. Where is the gift of Madame Coco from last quiz? Did I mention like serious questions? Oh, but it is a serious. Do you want to elaborate from the last quiz what we did? Because the question is, it sounds weird when we just have it like that.
Yeah, like basically, of course, like during one of the last network and update call, we as audit board to also motivate more people to send an application for the next mandate. Did a little quiz where we also have some questions about us, so you could learn about us, and I think Madame Coco won there. So maybe that can also take
on. Okay, the next question is anonymous. Whoever wrote it, maybe you want Okay, you can also people from not yet candidate sections ask stuff from the audit board. Answer is yes. I'm going to answer this one.
Yes, basically yes. You can also write us. We are open for that.
Do we have any more questions? Okay.
It's fine, I don't know how to write it.
So do you just want to try formulate it for now? Words, Nina?
Nina and V. So I was wondering, because I heard that you want to do a COC team, and I was wondering how long it takes for you to implement this and when it's going to be ready, because, yeah.
So first of all, there is already a COC team, and according to our code of conduct, it consists out of the president and the main auditor. We are having a proposal today that we want to include more people into the code of conduct team, because we have 3 years, but we will present it technically as soon as the proposal gets accepted. People could apply to become members of the code of conduct team or mediators for that case, so it would be immediate. And depends on, well, the rate of people signing up for it from the network. Does that answer your question?
Okay, next question is from Jewish Göttingen. What have been your major challenges this past months as AB?
I would say basically like getting the new national board up to their task, aware of all their responsibilities, and also making sure that they try to match all their deadlines.
And additionally, as always, the section care, let's call it like this. I personally work closely with 2 sections lately to solve difficulties that they were facing, either in their legal documents or just general structural problems.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from Philip from ESN Berlin. What do you think are the main reasons people don't apply for the financial auditor, and why should people apply for this position?
Henry.
Well, there have not been so many people in this position yet. As of my knowledge, I'm the second one, right?
Now, who are the fourth?
Fourth, okay.
15.
But still, like on local level, it's already difficult to find a treasurer. On national level, it's even more difficult to find a treasurer. So finding someone who wants to control the treasurer is like the most difficult part in all of that. Nevertheless, I want to say it's a really rewarding job. Like when you start sending out emails to board members of 2 years ago, and they start answering you, and you get the necessary answers you need to conduct a financial audit. Like it's great. Yeah, and it's awesome working in this team, to be honest. Meeting every Sunday, it's just a joy. So yeah, you should definitely apply.
And just like as an additional comment, like tomorrow in the open space, we will also have a discussion round where we'll go into exactly this topic, why people don't want to apply on the national level so much.
Yeah, I want to add, like, I think some people get a little bit scared of the like name audit board. What does that mean? And oh, there's board included and stuff, and it's not that big of a deal, to be honest. Like it's well, no, it is, but it's doable, and it's a nice team to work with. It's a responsibility, yes, but some people put it right up on a pedestal and they think, oh, that's unreachable and that's so much hard work. But if you have
somehow.
Okay, so everyone is still standing, sit down quietly, so we can start with the presentation.
So, hello everybody. Like, as you might already heard, we are like having our application for the next AD mandate, and I'm I decided to apply again as main audit. And a little bit about me. I'm from ESN Dortmund, as you can see also at the church. I've been in ESN for over 5 years. I have studied electrical engineering, did my exchange in Helsinki, Finland, and now already graduated and working as a software developer. So a bit like, since I've done that job like for a year nearly now, so what happened there, like first of all, I learned a lot, to be honest. When I started, I only kind of had an idea, but really grew into that and really figured out a lot, and of course had a lot help by the ND, former main audit, and also my team. So learned a lot there, and I really like that. Yeah, basically the audit board has a good team together. Please. So in general, what I really like my main audit is also that I would like to help. Fucking serious now, you will stay outside. Sorry, but if you are late, please use that entrance at least. So, held many sections, and I still had the option to really share my experience. And to that, I also had a good connections with the MD, and also one of the main things was the EGM stopped distribution working group, which I started and which already had last time some proposals, and so I did a lot of stuff besides that also. So my idea is to basically continue that and have still the focus on supporting US sections and also the NP, and also of course my goal is also to constantly improve myself, to get better in what I'm doing, and also finding new ways to help ESN, and also new project that I would like to do the 3-year strategy, or more long-term strategy with also 6-year strategy together with the ND and the other people in the working group, and also in general have a bit more guidelines for sections, since I think we already oftentimes get similar questions to the audit board, and I think it would really help to write the answers for that really down to so we can link them for the section. And of course, I'm always open for other suggestions. I think the legal audit, I already saw that in their motivation letter that they also have great ideas. So of course, I will support that. So that's basically it. Thank you for listening, and I'm waiting for your questions.
Yes. So the QR code is the same again. If you need to link it again, you can just check it here. Sitting here the whole day. Is anyone typing? Yes, okay. Just want to show you that it's okay. Catherine asked, what would you say worked well in your mandate and what wasn't achieved?
Quite well. When I started, I only had Ella as my legal auditor, so it really worked well that from NA to NA we always get one member more, so we were able to really build up the team, got into that, and I suppose at the end had good sharing of responsibilities, so it's not too much on one person. What didn't work that well, I think initially the 3-year strategy already started with Gavin, but of course, personal matters he couldn't really go on with that. So I didn't have really the time for to really pick that up as probably it should have been. So that was something why normally it should have been already ready at this NA. But yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next question is from Jakob from ESN Nürnberg. You told about constant improvement. What specifically would you improve upon?
Like, it's in some way two things. First of all, myself. So I improve myself and learn, like, try to, be better in my role. Of course, like, be able to, do better. And on the other hand, also like make ESN better. For example, through SOS proposals, but like also talking with the different bodies inside ESN to like just have, also find procedures to improve.
Okay. Next question is from Ella. What plans, ideas do you have for your next mandate?
I think I already listed them. Okay, sorry. I think you can look them up later. I think it does make sense. Sorry.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? No? Okay. Then I would propose to close the speakers list. Feel free to ask Ollie later on if you have any more questions. Any objections? No? Okay. Go ahead, close it then. Yeah, I need to like update the stream. So, sorry, I just can't do both at once. Okay, so I think we can just continue with the next presentation of a legal audit. I'm sorry, I'm going to present it now. We need to like let the people on the stream also take part in what we're doing here. Yes, I think because thanks. Just wait 1 second, I'm going to restart. That's now. Okay, we're back. Okay, great. So, here you go.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I will introduce myself again real quick. I'm Levi, I'm the current legal auditor together with Anna of the audit board, and the same as Ollie, I'm applying for another mandate. So I quickly want to introduce myself to you, and I will start with the most important part, my ESN involvement, because as you can see, I'm a fairly new member. I joined not even a year ago and became an active member of ESN Berlin, and then dipped my toes in the unknown waters of ESN by becoming an audit team member, and then at some point just decided to, instead of going for a swim in these waters, to just take a deep dive, because I heard that the legal auditor position, the second one, was not filled. At that time, there was also no financial auditor, so I came to the audit board because I wanted to support Ella and Ollie, and also because I was very interested in the tasks of the legal audit. I did that since February, and it was the lovely NA in Potsdam where I got elected. And then in July we had the unfortunate development in ESN Berlin that we couldn't find a president candidate. And we had 2 instances where no one got elected, so the board, by our statutes, was able to name someone or to become commission president. They asked me if I would do that. I agreed. So since July, I'm also the commission president in ESN Berlin. That means that I was not elected by the members, and that I will only do that until the next general assembly, or how we call the general meetings, to fill in for the president until we find someone who wants to do it for the full mandate. A bit about my background. I'm currently studying law at the Humboldt University in Berlin. I'm in my 2nd semester. And before I took 2 degrees in medicine at MLU Halle. Had a change of heart. Yes. And then in this year, or beginning of the year, I also founded my own company together with 2 other people. So I'm a shareholder of this. If you're interested, come to me and ask me about it. We're trading with electricity. I can tell you so much so far. I wouldn't recommend it. Made 10,000 euros lost so far, but this is about personal. So how about the running mandate? What can I tell you about it? First of all, I love the work with the AB. It was an amazing time that I had so far. I think the position that I mainly took in our team was really focusing on sections that needed help with legal guidance. Also, I was very active in what I personally called the section care of the legal documents for the different sections. There have been several instances where bigger problems occurred in local sections. They contacted us and I advised them on how to solve those situations, either in calls or just per mail, but this is what I mostly focused on. Of course, I work with the other AD members and the audit team on different other matters and advise the national board on the legal and operational matters. So a lot of the proposals that they are handing in, I commented on that or just gave my opinion in general. And yes, this is what I'm mainly doing and what I intend to continue to do after this NA as well. And of course, I was also involved in the amendments to the standing orders and statutes that the AB themselves came up with. Then I was partially involved in the EGM spot distribution group. Don't want to take any much credit there because I basically just listened and did like one or two things that were advised to me. A lot of other people put their really passion in this. So I just wanted to mention it really quick that I was supporting it, but I wouldn't consider myself a full member. And I also put it here because this was one of the highlights for me of the running mandate. We had our AB team building trip to Copenhagen, which was a very, very lovely weekend. Brought us together way closer, and I would also suggest to the national board to think about having some shared event to really get to know each other better, because this is what helped us a lot. We've already worked well together before, but after this I think we all became even closer and started working even more efficient than before. And speaking of this, what do I want to do in the future? Well, obviously I want to maintain the work that I did so far. I still want to work with you, the sections, want to support you on legal matters, or also if there are internal problems and you need someone to advise you, I'm here for you, please contact us. Yes, and furthermore, I have some other plans that I want to do, the already mentioned guidelines for the sections. I personally, before I came president in Berlin, worked together with a working group that we founded there to implement a code of conduct, and I want to build up on this basis to basically come up with a template for sections to help you also implement code of conducts, for example. I want to write a guideline about this, and what I really want to do is I want to update all the templates for all the legal documents, because for statutes, for standing orders, for the code of conduct, there are a lot of templates in our drive, but they are old. And I think for our work and also for your work as a section, it would be way more beneficial if you can just ask us, we send a template, and then we together can have a look at what we want to specify for your individual sections. And one last thing that I also want to focus on is an NDA update. I already talked with the national board about it. In my opinion, the current NDA that the national level is signing is a bit basic. It only covers the data protectancy laws, but does not specify something of internal matters of ESN, which I think we really need to reflect our current organizational needs, as I think there are several things that should stay confidential, especially on the national level, as we're constantly dealing with financial information or also private information of individuals of the network. So therefore I think an overwork of the NDA is more than due, and yeah, I want to take care of it. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration. That was my application.
Thank you. So next up is the presentation of Severin. No, we have a question round after the two.
Hello, Terence. I'm applying for a legal auditor. Like, I don't know if there's really a first or second, I think it's like one team. First of all, who am I? I am Severin, born and raised in Munich. Some of you might have heard that already. I'm now since 2 years in Würzburg, very lovely city, and I finished my law degree. Like, I will know for sure in January, but cross my fingers. And I wrote my state's exams in last September. What did I do in ESN so far? I wrote it, I don't know if it was published, like my application letter, also with my CV. Like, I did a lot of stuff in my home section, mostly in the time between 2021 and 2022, because obviously afterwards I was in Würzburg and not that able to do much anymore. But I decided with moving to Würzburg, I want to engage more in the national level. So I became regional coordinator in the southeast region, and with my wonderful colleague back in the day, Henry. And I also joined that time finally the legal team. Here you can see my events. Like, I've been already on several NAs, LPs. I was also already in a position that I was holding an LP, and I had very much fun. Why me? I have already some work experience with these guys, and I really enjoyed it. These people, sorry. Also through my studies and internships I had to do during my academic career, I think I'm able to do what lawyers are doing, get your head in the game and then do the work that's necessary. So with the thoughts of what I want to do for the future, I could basically copy Levi's last slide, because I think that's what you basically do. Like, you're a bailiff and not a designer. Like, you really try to anticipate problems, but in the end, like, it's more the task of the NB to really set where we're going, and our team to make it happen in the background. And I have a lot of free time now, like a lot, until January at least. So I think now is a good time, and even though if I would ought to be retaking my exams, I now know actually what happened, because this is such a unique experience. So I feel quite confident and comfortable that I can do that and not let you down. And of course, out of own experience, I know that as a team member, no matter who has the title in the end, you always support each other, and that's what I really liked about the audit team. That's it.
Thank you very much. Okay, so once again, the QR code, the question, the slide was already open. We already got questions, great. Okay, first question is from Oliver to Severin. Both of you, sorry. How much time will you have after January?
After January, I will have to have my oral exams, but basically 1 or 2 weeks after I get my results. And then I decided to stay in the uni anyways 1 year longer, because being a student is nice, and that's why until, let's say, March 2026, I will have some spare hours a day to help me exam.
Next question is from Catherine to Levi. If there is again no president elected in ESN Berlin, does it mean that you could be appointed again, or there is no case you'd hold 2 positions again?
Thank you very much for the question. It's actually really good. I wouldn't be the commission president for ESN Berlin for another mandate or another half of a year. I only did it for now because I wanted to support the section. Being confronted with the actual workload I see that filling 2 positions at the same time is too much. It's not good for my health, and I think maybe also not the best for the section. So therefore, I don't have the plans to continue this. I want to fully focus on the legal audit because this is what mainly brings joy to me.
Alright, next question is from Ella to both of you. How do you think it will be to work together?
Do you want to start? Because I'm pretty sad. Like, I am very looking forward to work together, especially because Cedric is way further in his law degree than I am. So I see this as a really nice chance for me to learn from someone who has more knowledge than I, while at the same time I think I can provide him with like support at least during the onboarding, because I have knowledge about the work as a legal audit, while he has the better legal expertise. So therefore I'm really looking forward to work with him, and in general I hope that the climate will stay the same as it is in the audit board right now, that we are just all liking each other, working efficiently together. Yeah,
I don't think I have really much to add to that. I mean, we already worked kind of together. I mean, I obviously not that invested because I was kind of busy the last half a year. But every time when I saw something upcoming in the team chat, I was like, okay, maybe they wanna hear my mustard. I'm sorry about that. So like I was just giving the opinion that I have, and in law related or legal related things, it's not bad to have more opinions on it, but you can have optimal outcome.
Next question is from Teresa to Severin. You have been in the audit team for some time. How would you describe your relation with the rest of the AB? Do you work well together?
Like,
do you think it's already answered?
Yeah, I think it's already answered.
The next question is from PferdiNAnd, I hope I pronounced that correctly, from ESN Kaiserslautern to Levi. What are the most common legal issues you've seen in audits and how do you address them?
Can you raise your arm real quick, that I'm not just talking inside the room, or is it... okay. Yeah, so the most problems that I've seen in the section so far is probably mainly connected to the legal documents. What I've seen a lot that there in the sections or some sections, people do not are fully aware that ESN is fun. ESN is a lot of fun, but through the nature of our association being an eingetragener Verein, there are certain obligations that you have to follow, and therefore legal documents and legal procedures have to be taken seriously. I think this is something that I've experienced quite a lot, that this is not too prominent in the heads of some people in the sections. So therefore I would say that the biggest problems, or what I mostly attended to, was like rewriting statutes, making amendments to standing orders, basically this. Yeah. Does that solve your question, or should I elaborate? Okay.
Thank you. Next question is from Martin, PR manager from ESN to Severin. Do you have more plans for your mandate, e.g. a specific area you want to focus on?
Well, I think as a team, we then are ought to decide who wants to get into what. Like, I love contractual law, so that's something I'm really fond of, but I'm also not pushing myself at the first time if someone says like they want to do it either, then we can do it together, or like, I think we will just figure it out by the time. Also in what experiences we have made, because as Liam just said, like with the revising the statutes of other association, sometimes you cannot anticipate a problem because you think it's like so weird that this actually can happen, and then you don't take a measure, and then in the next day you think like, I saw it coming, and so with this expertise that you are collecting through try and error basically, we can figure out on the statutes thing, and then like if I have like regarding election processes more expertise than he basically, then I would take it over, and in other aspects, for example, he would then take the lead over.
Can I say something to this question? Yeah,
Yes.
because you have to see that the audit board, like even though we have certain areas of expertise, we still make all of our decisions together. So there is not really area that someone is focusing on rather than like maybe communicating, but each individual of us is giving their opinion, and then we are forming a co-joint audit board opinion that then is being revised to the sections or the national board or whoever contacted us by an individual, and those might have areas of expertise, but at the end, like, everyone is involved into everything. This is what we are doing because we are here to, well, audit and to be as neutral as possible, so therefore we are trying to take in as many opinions as possible. Yeah.
Yes, next question is from Catherine to Severin. Could you tell more about your responsibilities in the audit team?
Yeah, the thing is, I joined the audit team at the same time as I became a regional coordinator, and basically I don't think I had a project, or maybe I had one and I don't remember, but like I was normally always just looking out in the chat and then saying, hey, maybe we should look at this again, and maybe I did some research, I think like for the cannabis stuff. Yes. Yeah, like there were some questions during the legalization process in Germany, and yeah, I researched a bit in that quite fast and gave the material then to the audit board.
Like Severin was giving a lot of like expertise, many questions were answered. I was just looking at the Slack channel right now. So he was calls, and especially with the project with the cannabis statement, he helped a lot. So it's been like valuable expertise for questions that Lily and I might not could have answered. Next question. Was that a call? No, okay. Next question is from ASM Gießen, but I didn't get a name. Do you quickly want to edit now? Otherwise, I'm just going to continue with the next question first.
It's me.
Yes, like what?
John.
John, okay. Perfect, thank you very much. Would you elaborate more about the template stuff you will be providing as reference for local sections?
I guess that's for me. Yeah, so as I mentioned, there are already several templates for example, standing orders. I will take this as it is probably the best example. Every section has their statutes, and this is the basic legal document, but additionally to this, you can have something that's called standing orders. I personally like to compare it to house rules, as it is something that is not necessary by law, but still regulates internal matters. One template would be, for example, having like an extensive list of possibilities that you could include, or things that are regulated by other sections in their standing orders. So therefore, the real goal that I have is to have like documents that the sections could use to come up with standing orders themselves, or also code of conduct, whatever. But the main intention that I actually have behind this is to have a basis on which we as the audit board, together with you, the sections, can create standing orders or a code of conduct that is adjusted to your needs as a section.
Next question is from Catherine and Andy, to both of you. In which areas, cases do you think you could have different opinions or challenges with?
Do you mean between the two of us?
I mean, the thing is, there is like the saying, 2 lawyers, 6 opinions, and I think it's going to be like that. Like, we will think everything through. I mean, part of the training that you get as law student or like future attorney is that you have to defend stuff even though you don't like it sometimes, and so our goal is to get a neutral opinion on stuff going on that can help other bodies, be it sections, be it the NB, be it the CT maybe if they need something. So maybe it will collide, but I think we will all be adults about that and see like, okay, it's a debate about a question and not about like personal matters?
Well, my answer would be that I think the problems, or I don't see the possibility of conflict between me and Severin, because we both have the intention to one day earn our money through arguing. So I guess we both have the knowledge of not taking stuff too personal, that we're just like giving our opinions. Where I rather would take this question to is how we're going to work together with the rest of the audit board, because I guess Severin and I are both people who like to push their own opinions very much. I mean, that's why we're studying law. So therefore, I think the actual question should be how, could there be conflict between Severin, me, and Olli? I personally do not think so. What I've experienced so far in the works with Olli, it's amazing. Like where I'm too focused on my opinion, or where I'm putting too much wind in the sails, Olli is always taking it a step back, calming me down, and at the end we have a very neutral opinion. And now that there is another hothead in the team, this is just another reason for one of you who has a very calm nature to become a financial auditor, so that we again have like a very balanced audit board.
Next question is from Santo. I don't quite understand the question. I'm just going to read it and maybe you know the answer. Do you have already an action plan about the ESN, which was founded by AfD? I think you're referring to the Stiftung thingy?
No, not the Stiftung. Like, should we discuss that? Okay, the thing is, let's give some information. Like, there is a new fraction in the European Parliament which does stuff or wants stuff that we wouldn't agree to by our nature as Erasmus student network. Unfortunately, though, they are calling themselves Europa der souveränen Nationen, or Europe of Sovereign Nations, which short is accidentally ESN. So we have discussed this matter in the team already, and I think there are actions going on, but right now it's like more in the stage of where we are still elaborating what concretely can be done. So in this thing, like, as we can get more transparent, we will. They will. I'm not IB.
Yes, there is no clear action plan to that. It was brought to our attention. We talked about it, and I guess it's an ongoing process, but there is no action plan to answer this question precisely.
Okay, the next question is from Sabine from the candidate section 9s. Until when would you like to update the templates?
So I have to say that I wouldn't want to set a deadline for it, because these are legal documents that need time and evaluation, not of a single person but of several. I would be very happy to do it until like maybe the middle of the next mandate, so that it is there as soon as possible. But you have to keep in mind that with things like this, you always need to get several opinions on this. So this is something that will not only go through the audit board, it will also go through probably the national board, definitely the audit team. So there are going to be a lot of eyes looking at it, which obviously by nature will like prolong the process. The thing is, though, if you want to implement any legal document before, just contact us. This is what we're doing. Like, text us, we will help you with this. And until the templates are there, this is what we will do, because the main intention of the template is just to spare you time and spare us time to deal with these matters. But until then...
Yeah, the thing is, a template needs to be general that everyone can use it. Yeah, and so if there's something concrete, like concrete questions, of course they can be more faster because there's less needs that need to be satisfied.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Is anyone still typing? No. I would propose to close the speakers list then. Are there any objections? No. Okay, speakers list is closed then. And we will continue with the application for the winter NA. Thank you very much.
Hello everybody, we're Jonas and Lara from ESN Dresden, and on behalf of ESN Dresden and ESN Dresden, we would like to welcome you one day, when I find out that, to the Winter NA in Dresden. So yeah, one big question, are you coming? I hope you are all coming, and if you are not convinced yet, then maybe afterwards.
Yes, so first of all, Dresden is a really beautiful city. If you ask some people, maybe the most beautiful city in Germany. I think most of you have already seen pictures of Dresden. We have the riverside at the Elbe, we have the Frauenkirche. And good news is, even though we have to do the plenaries at the Winter A, you will be able to see these places. We also have really beautiful nature. Sadly, you won't be able to see that, but if you have some time left after the NA, I can highly recommend checking out the region around the place. And our city was so generous to give us another touristic attraction a few weeks ago. Yes, you will be able to see that as well.
So, now as you have seen what Dresden looks like, what Dresden feels like. For me, it feels like a techno party in an old theater. So we have really the beautiful old Altstadt, and then we have techno parties in summertime. We just meet in the Neustadt on the streets or at the riverside. And of course, we also have a football club, which is important. And what does Dresden taste like? Because food is always important. Dresden tastes like Eierschecke, Quarkhäulchen, my very much favorite food, Kartoffelsuppe, and of course very important brands, Sternburg. I hope you all agree on that's the best student beer. Even though it's not from Dresden, it's from Leipzig, but we're fine with that.
Yeah, so you might ask, who are we and are we even qualified to host an NA? And first of all, a big advantage is that this NA will be hosted by two sections, ESN Dresden and ESN Ferranto HTW Dresden, and both sections are very motivated to host this NA. We already picked an OC team, also with really highly motivated members, 2 from ESN Ferranto HTW and 6 from ESN Dresden, and Lara is our wonderful head of OC.
So yeah, because we can't always work, social program is very important. What have we planned? We're gonna start off probably with a pub crawl because Neustadt has the highest density of pubs in Europe. Then we of course gonna show you the city, the beautiful Altstadt. We will make a tram party because we're really experts on making tram parties, and we're gonna privatize a tram and go through the whole city and have a disco in there. And of course there will also be a club night with ESN karaoke, and yeah, so I hope social program which suits everybody.
Yes, luckily even though Dresden is a big city, all our locations are pretty close by. So most of you will probably arrive at the main station, and then the hostel is just around about 10 minutes by walking. Also from the hostel to the location where we want to do our plenaries, also just 20 minutes walking and 10 minutes by tram. And even the party location on the other side of the river is by tram just 15 minutes, so we don't need much time to get to all the places.
So now, maybe the thing which might interest you also, the financial plan. We calculated quite some buffer. So the hostel, we plan to be an R&O hostel, which is about €60 for 2 nights, including breakfast, and €85 for 3 nights. Social program on Friday and Saturday together would be about €17. Yeah, the pub crawl would be excluded in the price as it is on Thursday and not everyone might arrive. For the dinner, this is the current cost estimated without any sponsoring, but we are just contacting or starting to contact to ask for reductions on the food, and we are really we're confident that we will get some reductions. So yes, with some expected funds of about €1,500, we are now at €130 for 3 nights and €100 for 2 nights. So we think that is realistic. There is still some buffer in there calculated, so it might be reduced. Yeah, and now I ask you again, NA. And if you're coming to the NA, I will have to learn you some very important vocabulary, because we're from Saxony and we're gonna promote a bit our language. So what means yes in Saxon? It's no.
No.
DNA will be from 16th of January to the 19th of January. 25.
Yes.
25, yeah. Yes. Okay. NA Dresden, and we'll answer no. And that brings us to our name. We want to welcome you at the Nanu Wissen.
Yes, questions are open again. Yes, first question. The first question is from Ollie. Why is the cup for 15 euros?
That's our price which we have for our welcome tour, when we have 4 bars and in each bar 1 drink included. So yeah, that's estimated 15 euros.
I'll probably have to pay less at the bar, so probably want to do it.
Next question is from Catherine in Wien. What are party 1 and party 2 locations?
So party 1 location was, I think, for the last evening, the student club, which is pretty close by, also close to the hostel, so if you want to like party really late. And the pub crawl will be in Neustadt, sadly a bit more far away from the hostel, but still with 15 minutes. But yeah, that's where most of our pubs are.
And also because we might want to get out of the tram at one moment. When we usually do tram parties, we take the tram for about 3 hours, and we plan to collaborate with a commercial club to have an after party there, so that everyone who wants to can go there, and that also will be in Neustadt. That's the party 2.
Next question is from Luis. Why is there eco cups in the budget? Isn't it better if people bring their own and you get just a couple more for who forgets?
Yes, we can absolutely argue about that. We were just brainstorming a bit what we can also add in the welcome bag, and that was one idea. So yeah, we will work on that.
Oh, we just got the feedback of a lot of people that they were really excited when other sections were giving them little merch, like these cups, when they were able to bring them to other places. So we thought like a little merch of our section might be a good idea.
Comment?
Yes, sorry.
Usually the things for the merch, the bag in the merch, the welcome bag should be stuff that you get for free from sponsors. Ideally, you don't spend more money from the budget. Anyway, ideally.
Like I already said, we're trying to get the funds wherever we can, and of course it's something we look into, but when we did our calculation, we just wanted to calculate it in, so it's not getting more expensive afterwards, but of course we try to lower the price wherever we can.
Okay, next comment.
Comment, yes, Marco, and we, just a small clarification as well, is ideally and usually. It doesn't mean that you should follow everything. I see that you have a lot of energy there, and I really trust you on that. I'm really looking forward to the NA.
Next question is from Ella. Did you already read that? No. Okay. Or will there be an alternative program?
Yes, we plan to have a board game night, and ideally there's like the Studentenwerk has a room which we often rent, and the room is just over the student club which we plan to prioritize. So yeah.
Also, usually this room is rented for the full weekend, so we can use it for the weekends.
Next question from Martin, PR manager from ESM2Me. In your application, you wrote you said the venues aren't clarified yet, as they are quite critical. Do you have updates about them?
We have the update that we won't be able to be at HTV for the weekend, but in TU Dresden we have we talked to the international office, and the international office is in a very big new building where there's also an audience, and it's free on Fridays, and we just started the application because it's a very big project application, but we count on getting this big auditorium for Friday, also with the help of the international office.
But also, in case we don't get that building, we still have alternatives. But yes, we didn't pick exactly that building yet because also we need an official confirmation that it is happening. But yeah, it looks good.
Next question. Yes, comment, sorry.
And what about that room then for Saturday and Sunday? Because we need the planning room as well.
Yeah, on Saturday and Sunday it's really not a problem to get
Okay.
rooms. So the only crucial day is Friday because then usually the auditoriums are booked.
Okay. Next question is from Luis. The term party is quite expensive to be included in the participation fee. Why is it not extra for the ones who want to do it and can afford it, making the fee cheaper?
So you want to answer?
So yes, first of all, we wanted to have like this big evening, like some had the gala night, or every section had other ideas when they were hosting the day. So that was our big idea, and that's why we didn't want it to say like, oh, this is excluded and something you can just like, oh, if you want to. Of course, it's something you can look into if people say they don't want to attend. That we can understand that it is high cost, and we can look it up.
Also, I think maybe for private persons it's a bit sad or not that practical if they have to pay the fee for the night. And if it is all in one package, then the sections will pay. So.
Next question is from June from ES in Hamburg. Will everyone fit in the tram? I'm sure it's answer.
I have a lot of experience with that.
Next question from Ollie, AB. Is the funding already granted, or did you only apply for it and still wait for the answer?
We did not apply for it yet. We are aware of the deadlines, but we wanted to wait for the official confirmation to be elected to apply for the funding.
Oh, Holly, we're also already in the talks with it, so they already go.
Next question from Yusuf is in Karlsruhe. Will there be a city tour besides on the arrival day?
Probably on Sunday.
Yes, so probably like here in Hannover, we will offer 2 different dates for the city tour. Of course, we would try to get a city tour like on Friday or Saturday, but however, we have long plenaries, and I think everybody may meet an hour in between the social program and the plenaries. But yeah, 2 dates.
But the advantage of the tram party is that we are moving around the city, so you can see the city from
Okay. Next question is from Nico RC West. In the past, how well have you cooperated with the other ESN section in Dresden? How much experience do you have in doing big events together?
We organized the LP together last year in November in Dresden, so I think that will work out. Do you need more answers?
No, that was good, thank you.
Next question from Martin from ESN Kumi. The application mentioned a buffer of 500 euros. Do you think that is enough?
Yes, so we already checked for even other things like food that we had like a buffer in between, and the 500 euro buffer is exactly just for something we forgot. So we are already calculating also all the other prices and what could be the maximum in case hopefully it's getting cheaper and we can use it.
Okay, next question is from Bish again. Why not Thursday dinner and Sunday lunch in the budget? That's not custom and many people would not be there for it. Should it be left out as an extra thing?
We just wanted to have the biggest calculation possible in the beginning to present you a price which is the highest thing we can estimate, and leaving out things is always possible. So
we can take a look into that.
Okay. Another question from Luis. Have you asked the alumni about the sponsorship? They are giving to NA Hannover more than what you budgeted.
we haven't asked them yet. We are currently, we haven't asked about funding yet precisely.
Next question from Catherine and Lee. Where do your funds come from?
We planned with funds from the alumni, from Sparkasse and from GFF, that's for Gesellschaft der Freunde und Förderer der TU Dresden. And that's the 3 funds which are granted for the NA in 2019. We also have other ideas in mind, but that's the first thing we calculated.
Maybe not. Sorry, Marco, I mean, maybe not a direct question, but maybe just a follow-up thing. Also, you can reach out to us, to the national board, especially to Nina, but we can also reach out to everyone to us, for us, because we also have sponsors, and I'm pretty sure that they can also share their part to the NA and Dresden band. So please reach out to us now.
Thank you.
Next question is from Rigor in Kaiserslautern. Is it feasible to do a Trump party if there are less people in case of a choice to do it or not, or will it get expensive? Like if there are less registrations, I think.
At the end, we already calculated the fixed cost of the dram, and they won't change if people don't want to join or not. It would just be a matter if we exclude it out of the price, because then we have to calculate that enough people are that it's adding up at the end. But because we already included it in the price, if less people want to come, it's already a fixed price that we calculate.
Okay.
Does that answer the question?
John is in Gießen asks, catering issue, people have different diets apart from vegan and vegetarian. Will you provide meat-eater-friendly options?
So you can be sure about that. Part of our OC is Christian, you might know him, and he will make sure there is also a meat option. Of course, there will also be a vegetarian and a vegan option.
I think that so far was the last question. Are there any more questions regarding the Victorian A? No. Okay, I propose to close the speakers list then. Any objections? Okay, so we're once again today, I don't know what's going on, ahead of time by like 20 minutes. Is there anyone who's happy to do their presentation now? We have 20 minutes time, so we could quickly try to change, do the SOS proposals that we're planned to do after the break now, but then it will be quite short with the question rounds. I don't know, because we need to be on time. We need to change the break afterwards, because the OC is not ready for coffee break or tea break, sorry, whatever break already. So yes, so I would just suggest to, for now, move the SOS proposal to before the break, and then after the break, yes.
Would it make sense? Is the DRD presentation someone external? Or?
Yes, it's fixed, so we need to wait for the DRD presentation. They only can do it after 5, so we would need to figure out what to do after the break, but it would give us time to figure that out during the break time,
okay.
I would say. And also, depending on the Q&A time, we can just take more time for the Q&A then.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Okay, are there any objections to that? Oh, we can just change it.
Are there any objections to the SOS proposal before the break? It doesn't seem like that, so.
Okay, perfect.
Fun.
Thank you.
Proposals to change the standing orders or statutes of fees in Germany. And what we will do now is just that we will present what changes we want to make. We can answer Q&A about them afterwards, and then on Sunday, I believe, we'll have voting about it. So this is just to give you an idea and explain why we want to make these changes. So proposal number 1. Vote delegation proposal number 1, limit vote delegation to year centers. So
can see here the change we want to make. The green is what we want to add, and the red is what we want to delete. We have it firstly in German and then in English.
Please note that the English version is a legally not binding version. Only the top version is actually the one that's formulated in German. So the one down there is only for reference for those people who do not speak German. Yes, so as you can see so far in our statutes, any natural person can be a delegate. Technically, this means that you could delegate your vote to someone external out of the network, who will then partake in the National Assembly and vote on decisions that are internal. We don't think that this makes a lot of sense. Therefore, we want to restrict the vote delegation to only members of sections and obviously to members of the alumni. This will make sure that only well-educated, in the sense of ESN topics, people are able to actually vote on internal matters. I personally support this quite a lot because, well, in my opinion, only members of the network should vote on topics of the network. And yeah, this is why we are proposing this change to the statutes.
Yes, I just saw someone had a question, but we will have a Q&A session afterwards. So if or now you can like later best. Okay. Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's something more that is an argument, but I think yeah, well, why we want to make this change. So this was the first one. The second one is vote delegation proposal number 2. Limit vote delegation per section. Already it says itself. We're going to say a member can represent up to 3 other members through its members, which means that, yeah, you say members twice, but what is meant is that a section can represent up to 3 other sections through its delegate. Does it make sense to everyone how I'm explaining?
Okay, so far the way it works with the voting delegations, a single person can take up to 2 vote delegations. This is the only regulation that we have so far. There is no regulation in how many votes can be delegated to an individual section, which led to situations in the past where a section had a lot of voting delegates, therefore almost took up 20% of the votes, which I think we can all agree on that this is a lot of voting power for an individual section. And even though technically you should get told what or how you're voting in the name of the section, the voting delegate obviously votes themselves and no one is there to check. So once again, this puts a lot of power on the hands of the bigger sections, especially because just think like bigger section sends 4 delegates to the NA. The first delegate of the section itself will take care of this section's vote, but then he can still take up a second one, and the 3 other members could also take up 2 votes. So in end, it would end up to this individual section having or casting 8 votes on an internal matter. I think we can all agree on that this has a lot of room for manipulation. So therefore, what we want to do is like limit the amount that a section the amount of vote delegations a section can have, so that this would end up to a single section only be able to have a maximum of 4 votes.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then which is around like 10% of the total votes. So not making up 20% at the maximum, but only, yeah. That was the second proposal. And the third proposal is the conduct proposal that was already mentioned before.
Yes.
We want to add some mediators. You can see that here. It's adding completely new to the code of conduct. So basically, the code of conduct team, we want to bring in extra mediators if the code of conduct team, which is the main auditor and the president, if they feel it's necessary to resolve a violation. With the help of extra mediators, we will then create a list where people that are interested can sign up, and then they will be picked for certain situations where a code of conduct incident needs some help from external persons.
Exactly. One of the big problems with the way how our code of conduct works at the moment is that the president and the main auditor are 2 positions that have a lot of work on their hand. They are already extremely busy with dealing with different topics and their own portfolios. So now imagine there is like some event and some arguments happen, people are fighting, and suddenly those two people who already have so much in workload now also additionally have to deal with code of conduct matters. They have to conduct interviews with all the parties involved to, you know, collect evidence and then decide on things. So therefore the decision or the idea behind this proposal is to kind of take off a bit of work of those people, to at the same time also give them the chance to, well, let's be honest, like the code of conduct is a very difficult topic, and in other situations it is also something that you, for example, might need legal expertise in, or also financial expertise that those two people for sure have, but not in an amount that might be necessary to solve this code of conduct case. So therefore the idea behind it is to mainly have, well, obviously everyone can apply to become a mediator, but the main intention is to have like old people like that spend already a lot of time in ESN and have a lot of ESN experience to be like, hey, I'm willing to help out in situations of conflict, to be an advisor additionally to president and audit or main auditor, to have a broader variety of people who can take care of possible code of conduct breaches.
This gives more flexibility, promotes a fair resolution process, and only also the individuals that are joining this list will have to sign the non-disclosure agreement, so it will all happen securely
and additionally, I do not think that this will ever happen, I really hope so, but this also additionally gives us another layer of security, because in case that someone would feel violated by either the main audit or the president, they obviously would have an inherent, or they wouldn't want to have the people that they have the conflict themselves with to solve the conflict. So having additional mediators also promotes at the end a more democratic way of solving with code of conduct breaches. And these were our 3 proposals for this NA.
Okay. So we move on to the question round again. Can we just open some windows and some doors maybe? Everyone is very, I can see it. I like that. Yeah. Okay. I would like to open the windows. Okay. What about the doors? I don't know.
What do you want?
No, we need to start we're still in the pyramid, okay? We're still in the question round. You can still write your questions. It's not break time yet. Just as a reminder. And though it's warm, we can open the windows. That's not like anyone can do it. Like
yes, that one. Yes.
Wait.
Okay. Perfect. That's perfect. That's perfect.
All right. Nice.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So let's start with the question round, people. First question is from Johan. Are there any prerequisites or application periods to join the list of potential additional mediators?
No. The only prerequisite that you have is that you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement, because obviously you're going to be confronted with sensitive data. Yeah, this is the only thing. At the end, you yourself will only add yourself to a list of available mediators who at the end actually gets chosen for a particular code of conduct incident will be still under the supervision of the code of conduct team. So basically you're just signing up to become a potential helper in a potential situation of conflict. And for this, the only prerequisite, like I said, is to sign the NDA.
Okay. Next question is from Peter Magowski, ESN Bielefeld. How will the second proposal be put into practice? The second proposal.
The limit weight regulation or per section?
Yeah.
Limit those regulations per section.
Yeah, per section. Exactly. Well, this is also fairly simple. Wait one more.
going on.
Like room direction. Okay.
This
one.
Yeah,
Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Can you go to the next slide there so that we can have a look at yeah, okay. So how this will be implemented quite easily, well, you have to, or your presidents have to inform the chairing team before the National Assembly about vote delegation. And in this case, that your section has already taken up vote delegations, you will just be informed by the CT, hey, your section cannot have more vote delegations. Is that clear? Should I elaborate more to ask the question?
Here. Next question is from Julia Meyer from ESN Mannheim. Should the different members not be specified?
You're probably talking about this proposal as it is, no, the other one, the first one.
No, it's
this
like
one?
50 then.
This one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's confusing.
Well, we always have that problem. It's inherent with our statutes as well. Members, in the sense of our legal documents, can either be the sections, but it can also mean the members of the sections themselves. So that's why we often, in our statutes or our standing orders, have something that's called members of members. It is a bit confusing, but I think if you're trying to look at the whole thing from the perspective of like the National Assembly or ESN Germany on the national level, it obviously becomes clear. I hope so, at least. It took me some time to get used to it, but yeah, members of members are you, the individual people in the sections, while the members in the sense of our legal documents are always the local sections.
So here it says a section can represent up to 3 other sections through its members.
Yeah.
That's what it
Yeah. We know it's very confusing, but at the end there is not much going to change for you other than in that possible situation that your section wants to hand in the 5th voting delegation, you will be just informed by the CTO, hey, you cannot do that.
Okay, next question is
Oh,
Tom, yes. Could you please specify name and section?
Oh, sorry, Jakob from could you also, so in that case, for example, just write instead of member, if you read sections, just member section.
Like,
is that forbidden?
I think this. I just want to point out, yeah, regularly you have this conversation and it's nothing up to debate. Just like to keep this discussion short, we can discuss that later on in the coffee break, why it's that way, but I think it doesn't make sense to have that in this forum.
For the individual proposal, let's just say because it is like that already in our statutes, we rather have it like similar in the whole legal document than rather starting like every single new proposal having new different words associated to it. So if you have a look at the whole legal document at the end, it should be one and the same in the way it is written. So therefore we cannot start to introduce different like descriptions for one and the same thing. That's why it is in the style of the statutes so far. And what this would actually need is a change of the statutes. Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Kind of. We can talk in the coffee break if you want.
Okay, next question is from Cedric RC Southwest to 5.1. I don't know, maybe I don't
that's the code of conduct. Yeah.
Just go there. How will the accountability work with the mediators since they are not elected?
Basically, you have the code of conduct team who's elected, and they decide who they want to take up in this. So they are basically accountable. They have to choose basically wisely to make sure that those that they choose also work well.
Question answered. Okay. Next question is from Emil from ESN Dresden. Why is it not yet possible to vote online if no one from the section has time to attend the assembly?
Okay. Well, like, first of all, we want you to be here to, like, also the online voting will be only possible if you attend M&A, because, like, this is one of the few times a year where we all get together and are able to discuss. And that's why we will always have these, because it's very important that we also network and discuss the topics and Otherwise, if you just vote online, it's hard to like find a consensus, and I think in the end, less people will really join the discussion. So.
Also, changing to online voting is not really our job. It is something that you should address the national board with. Sorry, guys.
But let's don't go into that detail, because online voting is not part of any of those proposals.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you. Next question from Severin. Did you think of a temporary restriction on the mediators pool?
To be honest, no, because the main intention here is to give the president and the main audit additional people to help in specific code of conduct cases. So at the end, it's up to their own decision who they want to consult in these matters. They just have a list of people who would want to help in cases of code of conduct incidents. So at the end, who will actually be working on a case is the decision of the code of conduct team. But I like the way you're thinking, because obviously there should be a way of people, like removing people who are not well, let's say, capable to take care of code of conduct incidents. But I think as this is only a list of available members or possibly available members, I would say that this is probably up to the code of conduct team themselves to like maintain that list, and also to scratch off members in case they think that one person is not fit to follow the role. Does that answer your question?
Okay, next question from Martin from ESN2Me. Some sections allow natural and legal persons as members. The change would allow that both can vote at before it was only natural persons. Is that on purpose?
We're looking at the questions here as well, that's why we're looking here.
Yes. Well, I personally disagree with the statement as through the new formulation, only a member of ESN Germany section can vote. And maybe I'm missing this thought right now, but my opinion, juristical, legal, you want to comment on it?
Yeah, so Severin Weser, actually it's right that since in the first sentence of paragraph 14 Absatz 1 we have eine delegierte Person and it's not specified that it must be a natural delegate, there might occur the possibility that a legal person might be representing, but then you have to think of that legal persons also have to, like, they are not prozessfähig im Sinne des Paragraphen 50 ZPO, therefore cannot take an action, like you have the paragraph 13 GmbH Gesetz or the 51 Aktiengesetz, or like it depends on what form does the legal person have, and then only the Geschäftsführer of or Vorstand of that legal person could be acting for the legal person. So I think in the end we would like make more delegations, and you always arrive at a unanimity.
Okay, next question from John S. and Neeson. I'm in the opinion that only members of their own section can be delegated to vote. If they are not available, they will make no votes. Can you elaborate the question?
Yeah, I mean, this is an opinion. Thank you. Do you have a question attached to this?
Say like this, the NA is based on if your section can't attend and you still want to cast your vote, you can delegate it to someone else. And you also have a section requirement for that, to do that.
And if your section doesn't want to do that, you do not have to delegate your vote. You have to do that.
Also, just in general, like if you have questions regarding vote delegations, you can just also come up to us as CT and ask if you're not aware how you do it or how it's going. Yes, okay. Next question from Mohammed Mudid is in Dortmund. How can we avoid challenge conflict of interest if the mediators will be selected by possibly political people? Shouldn't there be a democratic selection?
only like that would be an issue if like the main auditor or the president would be involved. But of course, then in the most cases, I expect that only one of them is involved, and then of course, like the other person who is not like the conflicted person will be the one who's picking the mediator, of course. So, and of course, like it will be also probably also like that you will ask the person who when it in this code of conduct violation if they are fine with this code of conduct with this mediator. So it's not like that people just randomly pick them, but of course communicate with you.
Also, with the president and the main auditor, you have two very high positions within the national level. People who are getting elected at the National Assembly. So at the end, I personally would say that I would entrust the people who are put in or voted into these positions that they are capable themselves to be like, hey, I think I'm conflicted with this matter, so I will rather step back and like take or give the lead to the other member of the Code of Conduct team, and at this point, the remaining person then could be like, okay, let me have a look at the mediators list.
Okay, so we have another follow-up sort of from John from ESN, but I'm not sure whether I understand the question correctly. So do you want to ask the question now in the Q&A, or do you want to follow up with the AB later on? Like both is all right, but I think you need to ask the question yourself. Like here, yes.
Providing a feedback of alternatives that I believe to be like a more judicial and more encourage sections to be taken part and take it more seriously, I guess. Because I believe that each vote represents.
That's all right, but like, do you have a question?
I mean, like, I just will it be the case, or will they take it as reference?
Okay, so we'll say, I think you can consider that, all of you can consider that in your voting, and also if you make a proposal, but are there any more questions? No? Okay, then I would propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No. And we are like a bit after schedule, like we're still ahead of schedule actually, but like we're even only 5 minutes after the intended break time, let's say. So I would suggest we have a 25-minute break like we planned, and then after that, during the break, we'll figure it out how we continue after the break. Alright, so in 25 minutes, so it's 5 after 4. Did you get the time when you need to be back?
4:05.
Are you aware? Okay, yes, 4:05. You all need to be back here and be on time. If you're late, please enter back there. Yes, and no, we're still not finished the break. I'm sorry. Still not done.
Okay, so I'm just going around one and a half years ago.
So ESN survey is one of the most powerful tools that we have in ESN and as a whole, because it gives us the data that we can use to say, okay, you as a head of a university might think that these are the problems, but what the actual exchange student says that these are the problems that they need to be solved, and these are the things that we should do. And that's why we have been working on the ESN survey for many years now. Actually, sorry. We can also see a very nice trend where the ESN survey that we did in 2021 only had 10,000 answers. Then we did a report on social impact that had 13,000 answers at the end of the same year, and the ESN survey 15, so the 15th edition, that it's done every 2 years. In 2023, so the one that many of you maybe already promoted to their students, got 23,000 answers. It means that every year we get more and more visibility, we have more reach, and therefore we can help more people because we have more accurate data. So I'm very excited to see how many answers we will have in the ESN to approve. Is the procedural?
No.
We have a question round afterwards. So just remember what you want to say. Yeah, so Germany ranks way lower than the European average in credit recognition. So this is a problem that we need to solve and we need to advocate for. So why is all of this important? Because we can see that the problems that are faced by incomings and by outgoings are very different. So I think housing and the courses are the only constant, but they rank differently. And then we can take action, so make more cooperations with Europamarktschule, Erasmus in schools, and all of these programs to promote Erasmus and extracted by these programs in their late high school years or early high school years. We can promote other exchange opportunities, advocate for more mobility options in all of the study fields, and really try to fix the problems that they might show. One important thing is that maybe Germany did not rank as high in number of answers as we should have, since we're the third country with the most incoming students, but we really did not rank third in the amount of answers in the ESN survey. So this is a call to you to promote the ESN survey 16 in, if I'm not mistaken, spring 2025 more. So we can use that data to advocate for more and better mobility, for more and better credit recognition, and so on. So you can check out the preliminary report of the 15 ESN survey. This is done at the European ESN international level, so all of the European countries plus other, how are they called, like the associated countries. And you can use this data to fight for problems that you might see at your university, but you can also stay tuned because we will publish our own report towards the end of the year or the beginning of 2025. We plan on doing a report with conclusions saying what are the specific problems in Germany, both for people that come to Germany or that return to Germany, how we can solve them with solutions, with proposals, and we will use this to advocate, to send this to everyone we can, to complain as much as we can, and we will also send it to you so you can use it at your advantage to advocate for the things that are important for you in your own section, in your own city, with your partner universities, with your stakeholders, and to really make sure that you have the best tools at hand to offer the best possible exchange experience for incoming students, but also the best possible returning experience for people that come back to you and might want to join your ESN section or might simply want to stay involved with ESN at some level. So thank you so much. I will now answer any questions you might have.
You can just
yes.
Sorry, and then we open the room. Okay, quick rest. Yes, we have the first comment.
Yes,
Name and station first, yes.
Philip from ESN Minds candidate section. When we saw the pie chart on how many ECTS points are recognized, I think the I don't know the word in English. Well, that some people
also der Schluss, der gezogen wurde, dass sozusagen, dass die Unis Probleme machen beim Anerkennen, den würde ich nicht ziehen, weil ich weiß von vielen, dass sie sozusagen also das Auslandssemester als sozusagen Urlaubssemester und halt einfach irgendwas wählen, was sie interessiert und nicht unbedingt nach dem, was besonders gut anerkannt wird. Und das zeigt ja auch, dass die Kurse bei den bei den Zurückkehrenden nur als überstellte Probleme sind.
Sorry, first of all, that's a statement, and secondly, it's fine if you don't know the phrasing in English, but please then switch back to English as fast as you can. Sorry.
So, just for what I understood, is like you think this virus that this might not be accurate because some people go on exchange and take it as a holidays. That is a valid statement for saying that there is a certain amount of people that don't get their credit recognized, okay? But then we would have the same amount of people that do that incoming, outgoing, and in all of the countries. The point here is that Germany stands in one of the countries with the worst credit recognition in Europe. It's the fourth one and it's way below European average. And it's not like a margin error or like a calculation error that is like a small percentage. It is about, how much was it, 25% lower than the European average, if I don't remember correctly from the previous business survey. So it is not that Germans go on exchange and they do less than, I don't know, Danish students that go on exchange.
Just a comment, Philip, liaison officer. I would be happy to discuss with you. So in the end, it's like an issue from the system, and we are here to make it better and make it work in the end. So let's come later on in the bar or during the talk call and let's discuss it.
Yeah, so I'm the data analysis person and Philip is the credit recognition expert in the room.
Are there any more questions? Because there are none showing up yet. Can you write your question in the... Okay, comment, yes.
Yeah, Severin, Mesa. The thing is, like, even if you go to a foreign semester as a break, you still can get ECTS recognized. They might not bring you something, but like still the formula to do it is not or should not be very hard, because you get a transcript from your university, you should give it to them and they should say, ah yeah, okay, we trust it. That's why they are called ECTS. But that's actually the problem, that Germany thinks, okay, we don't really trust in the education systems, so we make the ECTS a bit other. And that's what this chart shows in the end.
If you have a question, can you...
I wrote it down, did you see it?
Oh no. Why did it not update? Okay, thank you for the information. I'm going to... No, why can I not see it? Interesting. Okay, we just continue with your question then, just ask it.
Okay, Daniel, candidate section ISM Regensburg. Well, in your opinion, or like the general opinion, would a bigger participation on the surveys influence the statistics? As an example, especially the main problems which your students face, for example, the financial co-op problems. Like, could it be a possibility that this is also influencing it?
It wouldn't. I mean, at the end, what we get is a proportion, right? So if we have 2,000 answers, probably getting 2,500 would not change the proportions. We might get some, because there's also some open fields. So of course, the more answers we get, the more special cases that we can see, and then maybe find a very specific problem that we might not be asking about, but it's happening recurrently. But most importantly, what it gives us is credibility. If we go and say, okay, 200 students said they had problems with courses, your university will say, okay, what is 200 students? If we go and say, okay, we interviewed 23,000 students, and all of them complain about the courses, that gives us more credibility and more, it gives a weight to our statement, to be taken seriously and to be heard.
Are there any more
Right. Yeah, I'll pose two questions, but if it doesn't work.
Apparently, yeah.
So, hi, Peter from PferdiNAnd again. I have two questions. First one being, when will the full fine report be published? Is there an estimate?
The full report from ESN International?
From the survey, yeah.
Philippines officer this month? No, in November probably.
In November.
Date is December, yeah.
Alright.
Yes, it's already out for revision.
Okay.
Ours, end of the year, beginning of, or December, end of December, beginning of January, somewhere there.
And then I had a second question, because doesn't the ECTS that you get approved, if you come back, affect the funding that you get from the Erasmus Plus program? Because I see that I've heard that you only get the money from the program if you make like 30 ECTS during the semester abroad.
I wouldn't be able to say for Germany. I know for Spain you have to have a minimum, but the minimum is quite low. So, and I think in Spain you just have to pass them. You don't have to get it recognized. But I think Philip has Felix, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Felix in Karlsruhe, at least from all of the universities where I know it, it's that you have to do a special amount of credits that varies between the universities between 15 and 30 credits, but you don't have to get anything recognized.
Any more questions?
There is a question in the back.
Oh, yes, okay. Veronica from ESN consultant. I wanted to ask about the slide of the map with the countries. So do we also have the opposite, like where most of the people from Germany go to?
We have the data, but we haven't done the map yet.
Okay.
We're working on that. But I was very happy that you can do maps on Excel, if anyone is wondering how it is. Very nice.
Just as maybe you can include it in the presentation afterwards, and then, or maybe just send it around the world. Okay, if there are no more questions, I would propose to close the speak. Oh no, there's one more anonymous question which just arrived now. Did you already ask a question, Marco?
Yeah, Marcus and Mesa, it's the same question, so it was about the map.
Okay.
Ask us again in December.
Okay, perfect. So I would propose to close the speakers list then. Any objections? No? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to change the presentation again. Next up are the regional updates. So maybe the RCs can come up front and I change the presentation. Start talking. Just because I'm busy doesn't mean you can talk. Okay. Thank you. So you start, right? Okay, you have 30 minutes.
Nice. All right. I'm Cedric. I'm the regional coordinator of the Southwest, which is the green one here. For the newbies, as you can see, we have all 5 lovely regions, and all the other region coordinators here. The east. So yeah, Southwest. This is me. I'm Cedric. I'm from ESN Karlsruhe. I will soon move to Darmstadt. I've been RC for roughly a year now. BLP will be in December, but I come to that next. I have gathered quite a bit of ESN experience by now. I was the local president of ESN Karlsruhe. I also helped in last year's free break and in the training days a year ago. And my colleague is Step. He is currently taking the break. He's on the board of Frankfurt and currently studies in Ulm. We set out, we were elected last year to introduce some new events to the Southwest region, and we got pretty far with it. One of the events we wanted to do was a team building event for the Southwest. So no workshops, no agendas, just getting to know people. So we did a Southwest camping trip to Annweiler in der Pfalz. and we were around 29 participants. You can see a lovely group photo there. It was self-organized camping, so everyone just brought something. I think the distribution of food and tents and everything worked quite well. There were games, hikes, and a wine tasting, because of course at the Pfalz we get to taste their lovely wine. And they also watched the football matches of the European Championship. So all in all, it was a very good event. We got a lot of good feedback, and I can definitely recommend something like this. Just to look at the team building, super nice. Then we also set out to, part of the team building, make an additional training event for the region. So people who maybe cannot travel so far because of work or money or whatnot can do it within the region. We actually did that in Darmstadt. We had 10 participants, and Isabel, Zita, and me hosted these 3 workshops. We also got good feedback on all of that, so we will try to do another one of those. And then, of course, in the southwest, we have our famous Vasentip with nearly all of the sections taking part. We had 650 participants and nearly booked 1/3 of the tent. It was a lot of fun, and I think everyone enjoyed it. And our next LP will be in Darmstadt in the winter, from the 13th to 15th of December. We're currently figuring out the budget and the agenda, and more infos will follow, as well as the registration link. So maybe some people from the NB or the audit board or something want to hold workshop. This is the date. And then I think I can hand over to
Okay, great, thanks so much. So from the southwest to the outer west, or some might say the west, that's who might judge. It rhymes, you know. So who are we? Just to give first and foremost, who represents the West nationally. So on the left-hand side, you can see me. I'm Nico. I'm officially associated with ESN since October 2023, so for a little bit more than a year now, well, almost exactly a year, yes, a little more. And I was elected as regional coordinator during the winter LP in Bonn, as we say, there's einfach at home advantage. In January 2024, and I study international business at the Hochschule Bonn in Sieg. It's a small university outside of Bonn. And yeah, my partner in crime is Jasmin Honig. She's officially associated with ESN since March 2023, so also in the grand scheme of things, not that long ago. And she got elected in an extraordinary at an extraordinary time, extraordinary fashion, however you want to put it, in August 2023. So she's been doing that for 1.5 years now, but plans to retire once her mandate ends. So, but we're gonna have, for all the people here from the West, we're gonna have a call about that in due time. And she studies Latin American Studies at the University of Cologne. But also, we're not the only ones representing the West nationally. But of course, we also have the West mascot, whom I actually have here, the little guy. That is Jimmy West. He's the mascot of the West region, and he personifies the Wild West approach, because you can tell it's cowboy. Someone actually asked me if that's like the hat from Bavaria, but no. And he's protected under the threat of hosting the next LP, so yeah, if any of our sections decides to steal him, not a good idea. And yeah, I mean, his hat is pretty adorable. But also as a quick shout out, we're also the home of 2 national board members, Sarab and Santo, and also the financial auditor Henry. So just making the West proud. I'm gonna bore you with some text now. I'm gonna wrap it up. So during the Frankfurt NA, we sat together in a regional time. We discussed, okay, what are our biggest shortcomings as a region? Where do we fall flat? And we unanimously agreed beforehand, and also at the LP in Bochum, I don't remember which one was
First, that we definitely need to work on our intersectional communication. Like we are a fairly condensed region, and we have a lot of room to communicate better with one another. So we decided on what we now call the CCC philosophy. So communication, collaboration, and cooperation. So that was the theme of the regional time at the Frankfurt Main. How to strengthen intersectional cooperation. Then at LP Bochum, we had workshops, presentations, team building games to just all in the same spirit. And we made an attempt in strengthening the intersectional communication that's going on. One of the main means to that was creating a WhatsApp group. So we actually have one for just the region. I don't know about all the other regions. I didn't get near that you guys have like active communities. It's definitely worth the step. I know some people will grow like, oh my god, another WhatsApp community, we get it. But it has definitely helped. I feel like our intersectional events have grown exponentially since then. And there's it's a rather casual exchange between sections for people who also want to network outside of events such as this NA. And we also reintroduce section visits between sections. So when the RCs actually do a little bit of like this official show, go there, ask how the section is doing, and so on and so forth. Fun times. And in the spirit of intersectional events, we have 2 West trips every year, Hamburg in the summer, Amsterdam in the winter, currently in the Brussels, yes. with a lot of help from ESN Hamburg when we were there, so thanks to you guys. We had 2 hikes up to Drachenfels per year. So in the summer semester, it's been 5 sections visiting us in April, and 8 sections, and plus a special guest, ESN candidate section Mainz. Shout out to you guys. We just had that last Sunday. We've been around about 200 people. It was absolutely insane. So super glad that you guys made it. And then the host by ESN Cologne West section hangout, and the Planwagenfahrt, the legendary one by ESN Koblenz, where he just took a stroll through the Rhineland. And real quick, LP Bochum, Pulp Fiction Bochum. I did not come up with this one. It took place in June. It was hosted by Bochum, the oldest German ESN section. So that is just a fact that I will always bore people with that. I feel that's just remarkable how long Bochum has been around. I mean, if you got Erasmus volunteers who've been active since the year 2000, I think that's just crazy talking to them, their stories, what they can teach you. And we have participants from 7 different sections, and last but not least, the LP Koblenz coming up in January. It'll take place. January. It's going to be hosted by, you know who. And our goal, or my personal goal, or our personal goal as RCs, is to actually have all the sections participate, and the official name is to be determined. You can only be better than Pulp Fiction, right? Okay, and now to the north.
Yeah, alright. So we come to the beautiful north, and we decided that pictures speak louder than words. So here we go. So this is the first event that I wanted to present, which took place in Hamburg. It was the week of welcome party, and a lot of sections from the north joined, and we had a lot of fun, and everybody enjoyed it, hopefully. And then we go on to the next one, which is a special case, because on one North Call we had a sudden visit by somebody who wanted to present themselves as a communication manager and or promote herself for the position. And she was super motivated by the idea of this joint event, which was held in Rostock, and it was a beach volleyball event. And in the end, actually more people from the eastern sections came than from the northern sections, so you beat us on that. But we had a great time, enjoyed the weekend together, and also had like a beach volleyball party afterwards with the internationals. Yeah. Who of the people here joined that? Nice. So we are going to the LP in Kiel. Look at that view. So this is what we saw on Saturday morning when we took a morning dip. Everybody who joined the LP actually jumped into the toilet, which was like 10 degrees or something. I was really proud of everybody. True north. And here you have us working on, we had the alumni Alexis who joined us and helped really great presentations for us, which we learned a lot of stuff. This is our official emblem of the LP, the sail LP, and this is our group pic. Yeah, I'm pretty proud of that. And we learned a lot. We actually learned a lot. We learned about how to motivate each other and motivate ourselves. We learned how to do a great knowledge transfer inside of ESN. And we also were working on joint events. And hopefully some of them will come to fruition. Yeah. So also the LP was, of course, the nomination round for the new regional coordinators. I'm stepping back from that position. Marius, who is not here right now, but he will join later, he's still taking on that position. And Luis, who is also here in the plenary, he is going to be the new regional coordinator of the North. That's our dream team. Yeah. Thank you for listening. And I will give the lyrics.
Hello. So I'm from Hannover, but I've been to Berlin like 3 times, so that actually counts. So I'm representing the East. So we have some updates. So the LP will happen from the 10th to the 12th of January. I don't have the place. Maybe the East can have
Berlin.
Berlin, of course. Like there was Ted. Good job. So sadly, also the Dystopia couldn't happen because most people were on holiday to the chosen day. And sadly, also we lost a section during the last weeks, which was Erasmus. So we only have one Berlin section now. And also, as you can see, that the candidate section of Hard Berlin did not apply or will not apply for becoming a candidate section or either a full section. That means that they will be out of the pool as a candidate section, but still be a section in Berlin, of course. And I'm really looking forward for Berlin to find, of course, partners to have a nice city collaboration there. So yeah, we have regional coordinators. Over there is Edwin and Nicole. Sorry, I want to say Victoria for whatever reason. I'm sorry. And yes, we're looking for candidates. So if you're from the East, you can apply, of course, for regional coordinators, and then you will work with me. We will have a talk. We're going to talk a lot about the future, of course. We will share with the other regional coordinators what to do. If you have questions, you have many people here that they can answer it. And also, yes. Yeah, perfect. Anything else? Yes. So the elections will be the next LP in January, and you can text them and me as well if you have any questions. And the open call will be open soon for the East.
Then, as a final region, we get to the southeast. Some might even call it ESN Bayern. That's about our region. We have here, we are only 6 ESN sections so far, but we also have 1 candidate section and 1 interested group, which we are really happy about, because we are kind of in a process of growing together, getting new members. We are motivating all the cities that are around us, and that's amazing. Then we get to some overall update. We will have a local platform from 15th to 17th November. We will make the work in Munich, organized by ESN Mesa Munich. So huge thanks to Mesa for organizing. And we had an amazing get-together at the Oktoberfest, which was organized by ESN Deggendorf, where we had 40 ESNers joining from the 6 sections that we have, plus interested groups. So it was really amazing. We have an example picture of the Oktoberfest. And we have a new mascot. That's honored today. It's not arrived yet, but it will be Come on, we have a new mascot. Yeah! It is. And finally, the regional coordinators of our region are Sophie and I so far. But we are both stepping out of our mandate at the next local platform because I moved to Hamburg and Sophie moved abroad, so we are both just not in Bayern anymore. It doesn't make sense for us to stay regional coordinator, which means we are looking for new regional coordinators. Everyone here from the region of Southeast Bayern, if you're interested in becoming a regional coordinator and have any questions, come to me and we can talk it through. And yeah, we will have the elections at the next LP. Thanks.
Okay, so we have Q&A going again. Let's see, like, did everyone write anything already, or maybe you want to write something because I still don't know whether it works again? Yeah. Maybe if whoever already sent a question, just raise their hands so I know what's going on. You said, okay, perfect. Received. So first question is from Severin Mesamunik to Christoph. Have you considered becoming financial auditor?
I don't feel like that.
That's a perfect answer.
Maybe next year.
Do you have any more questions for the regional coordinators? Jakob from ESN Nürnberg asks, how was the section in the East region lost? I think it was the Verdun one, just so it doesn't happen to any other section here.
You mean the official one, right? The Erasmus one? I don't know how much I can go into the detail. I need to, of course, figure it out. But it also depends on how much you take the section requirements serious when it's international. So, of course, there are obligations being part of the network. We have statutes and we have standing orders, and for standing orders you will lose your right to vote. But for statutes, if you don't follow them, you will have the expulsion from the network. It will not only happen through years in Germany, but it can also happen through years international, since there are also obligations. For example, if you don't pay your annual fee, and they remind you and you still don't do it, then you will get warnings, and after the third warning, you will be removed from the network. Of course, if you're not interested anymore in being in the network, you can either send an email or maybe also just wait to be kicked out.
Clear question answered. Next question is from Marco from Mesa Munich. Is the mascot alcohol free?
Of course it is. It depends on how you view it, because it's not completely defined if it is or if it's not. It's part of the Bavarian culture and it's part of our hearts now. And yeah.
Also nein.
Okay, next question from Martin, PR manager to Munich. How long does it usually take after the nomination and election process until the RC mandate starts? Like maybe the sections who are looking for someone.
Cedric, regional coordinator Southwest. So after the LP, so at the LP there is an election. If you're elected as a nominee, and this will go to the NB, and they will actually put you into the position. So depending on when they decide on it, from that moment on, you will be RC.
And like there's no huge transition phase, because as a RC you are mostly there to enhance communication and to plan the LPs. So there's no ongoing business that needs like a month of handover. It can happen sometimes that you have a handover for some period, but it's not necessarily the case, I would say, for Severin.
Severin Mesa, former RC Bavaria. I think it also depends on like what arrangement you are making with your predecessors. Yeah, and with the people who did it before you. For example, with Johan, we kind of made a long transition phase because he told me, okay, he's quite busy with his master thesis, and I said, okay, like until April I can do the necessary stuff, but then I need to get my head in the game.
Another comment?
Yeah, just to that. For me, when I applied, got elected to become, first of all, Nico, RC West. When I got elected region coordinator of the West, it was almost literally last minute. We had our last day in Bonn, and we still had no applicants. I was scared to death about organizing a big trip, and then I thought, okay, I'm gonna hate myself if I don't apply. And I think it was early January we had the LP, and with no prior discussion, with no plans, like I never even voiced any interest in taking over. It just, and I think from, my point being, if you stick with me for 1 minute more, is that at the beginning of February I already started, of course with a lot of help from Henry because of like the short transition period, we already started working as an RC, going with like organizing the trips with my still current partners. So in my case it were 3 weeks maybe.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Next question is from Jonas Zimmermann from TU Dresden. What is the procedure if no candidates for RC positions are found?
Cedric, RC Southwest, then your region does not have a region coordinator. It is not a position that is mandatory by any means. We don't have any legal obligations. Then you can, or they, and we can approach people, ask them if they want to do it, but there's no nothing.
Yeah, maybe we call it. This is partially true because there is a legal obligation to have a regional coordinator, which is in our standing orders. In case that no one gets elected during the election, the national board is in a position to appoint someone or either have an online vote to find another suitable person.
Okay, thank you very much. Next question is from Josip is in Karlsruhe. Would you stick more to projects in your own local regions or also do stuff together, for example, east with north or west with south?
Okay, Christoph, regional coordinator North. So you can, of course, also do like regional events, and this will be much more work, but you can still do it, of course. If you're motivated about it and you find like people on the other side who are also motivated, then of course do it.
Okay. Next question is from Sarah from the NB to Nico. Can you please explain how impactful it was to do the get-together in Cologne for example?
Well, personally I couldn't make it due to sickness on that day, so I had Jasmine take over completely. And I think we had 7 sections participating, and from what I gathered, especially the Cologne people, they had a very pleasant time and also a very fruitful time connecting with other people, especially from more to the northern side of NRW, Bochum, Dortmund, not their immediate neighbors like Düsseldorf or Bonn in their case. And for them, later I know that they were definitely in talks doing more events. So in a lot of cases, it's just putting a face to a name, and then once you get the ball rolling, a lot of people come up with ideas, and in that case, it really helped, I think. And yeah, I'm really thankful for Cologne that they managed to create this wonderful event.
Thank you. So are there any more questions? Because I don't have any in Slido right now. Is anyone still typing? Otherwise, I would propose to close the speakers list. Any objections? No. Okay. So we're in the lucky situation, sort of. You can sit down again if you want. Thank you very much. We're in the lucky situation that we have gender once again.
its role, and it's therefore good and important to know the whole family. And I wanted to share 3 ideas with you this afternoon. First of all is who is part of the family, how the family works, what are the challenges and chances for the family in the next years to come. And I will end with a very concrete example of cooperation between your network and us, because we work already very intense together with the former president. He was often in Bonn. Teresa presented the ESN survey at our national conference with all the representatives of the German universities, and it was very appreciated to have your view on the program so that the coordinators can see what it means. So this family, what is it about? The big mama in the family is the European Commission. The European Commission has the overall responsibility for the program. Nevertheless, they only administrate a small part of it in Brussels. 20% of the budget is managed in Brussels. They call it direct management, especially for big project funding. And the most well-known for her, for example, are the European University Alliances. You've probably heard about for alliances. Most of the money goes to the national agencies, especially for mobility. Mobility you get from your national agencies. Most of you are not coming from Germany, you're coming from all over the Erasmus Plus area, not the European Union, this is even larger. So you are funded in your countries, but not by your national agency, but your universities. And we as national agencies, we get the funds from the European Commission and distribute it to the higher education institutions, which we call beneficiaries. And they contract with you and your participants. Sounds easy, but when you start in the family and you have to learn who is who, it took me some time to understand. So this is a chain with money, with responsibility, and with communication from the Commission to the national agencies, to the universities. So our direct contact to the universities are the Erasmus coordinators. It's your direct contact in the universities too. And it's important that everybody knows each other. Each one has a different role. Each one has different challenges. For example, for us as a national agency, our target this year was we want the German students to go out with money in their pocket. This means the money has to be in the university. You won't have the money in 1st of September. This means the money has to be in the university by the 15th of August. And then we calculate when do we have to do the contract, when do we have to do the selection, and then we started in the beginning of the year, the deadline for the universities to ask for the money, and the deadline for you to get the money. We tried to organize it in the best way. So we understand what you need, and we try to organize all our processes in this way. It's just one example, an important example, I think. Erasmus Plus is a big family, not only for students, but it covers all education and mobility programs of the European Union. So it addresses pupils, people who are in vocational training, students, higher education, but not only students, also teachers and administrative staff in the universities. This is very important, so that the people you have contact with in the universities have been abroad too, and that motivates them more to help you sending out or taking care of you when you arrive. Also sports for informal youth cooperation and adult education. In many countries, these targets, this group or sectors as we call them, are within 1 or 2 agencies. For example, in France they have 2, in Norway they have 2, in Hungary they have 1, in Poland they have 1, a difference. In Germany we have 4. This is linked to our constitution. Education is not the competence of the federal government, but it's linked to the Länder and all this. So we have one for higher education within the DAD. We have one for vocational training and adult education within, we call it the BIP, Bundesinstitut für berufliche Bildung. We have one for schools within the KMK, that's where the Länder meet, and another for youth. This has advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is perhaps that we have not always the whole picture of Erasmus, but we are very close to our sector. We are very close to the students, to the universities, and it facilitates the cooperation between us, and this is where really what we do. So these are the members of the family, and how does the family work together? It's once again the European Commission who is in the middle, and the European Commission determines all 7 years the priorities and the budget. Without budget, no priorities, and if you don't have good priorities, you won't get the money. These priorities and the budgets is not decided by the European Commission alone, but it is a negotiation with the member states and the European Parliament. Generally, the European Parliament is on our side. The member states, they say Erasmus is wonderful, it's beautiful, but then when it comes to pay, they are sometimes a little bit more reluctant. Nevertheless, this is very good. We have periods of 7 years. Again, actual program generation, as we name it, is from 2021 to 2027, with 4 clear priorities. The first priority is inclusion. We in Germany, for example, doubled the grants at this time. It is to manage the green and digital transition, and it is to enhance active citizenship and democratic participation. That's what you are doing in the Erasmus Plus network. This is very important. 4 clear priorities for 7 years with a budget of 28 billion euros. This is the double of what we had in the 7 years before. And we want the double for the next period. I count on you to get it. So these priorities, they are negotiated, and we are really in the moment of not of negotiations, but of co-creation with the European Commission, who will deliver a first draft by summer next year. And everybody is speaking with everybody, what could we do, what do we want, and money comes later. But Erasmus Plus is very, very popular. Von der Leyen, President-elected of the European Commission, in her political guidelines mentioned one program by its name. It was Erasmus. She said we have to bring our societies together. We have to reinforce cohesion of our society at regional, national, and European level. And she said we will do it through education. And then she says we will do it through Erasmus. We need European citizens who are multilingual, who have intercultural competences, who have experienced what it means to be a foreigner in another country, and then you will understand how foreigners feel when you are in your country. You make this experience, you learn a lot of Germany, but I suppose you learn a lot about yourself too, about your country. I learned how German I am when I lived in France. This is part of the game, and what is so important is to understand that in Germany we say that the watches can work differently in another country. So you have seen how special Germans can be, and then you go to another country, and perhaps these guys are not like the Germans, but different from what you are. And you say, the Germans were different, perhaps these are also different. This is really important, what we need in the European Union. And the European Commission, President of the Commission has underlined that it is so important. It is very popular in the European Parliament too. I've met 5 new German elected members of Parliament. One day I met 2. Both of them together were younger than me. It's a good sign that young people are represented in the European Parliament. So they say also Erasmus is good. We need more. So, perfectly, I do agree. They say, yeah, we need it also for pupils and for the bed sector. So, totally agree. But that means more money. Only reconducting the budget we have and wanting to enlarge the program to all the other sectors would mean giving less scholarships to students. And this is not acceptable. Each generation of students is a new one. And therefore, it is important to show up. This is my second point, what you can do. It is really very important to show up what the program is, what you are doing at an individual and at the level of ESN, for example. Show up in Germany while you are here. Tell the Germans, those who haven't been abroad, that you are from abroad, and speak about it once you are back in your country. And tell it to your family. I say Erasmus is a program for the whole family, for all generations. You will speak to your grandparents. They didn't have the chance to do Erasmus, didn't exist. Your parents, perhaps. Since the program has been created in '87, first for students, 15 million young Europeans have been abroad with Erasmus. 15 million. Not only students, all sectors. And we estimated that there will be 1.5 to 2 million Erasmus babies. That's also good. You're aware?
Yes.
When I speak about this, people say, oh, you have counted them? No, I have not counted them, but every time I mention it, they exist. Your brothers and sisters? Plus 100. Divide 1.5 by 3 and the result is very good. So please, be active, show up, say that you're Erasmus, say that you're in the Erasmus Student Network, engage wherever you are. The flag parades, I have been one in Sevilla too, and this is good to show up and to show that Europe, that Erasmus Plus is the most tangible product of the European Union for the citizens. And you are the next generation of European citizens. They are your parents, your uncles and aunts, and they will be your children, your brothers and sisters. So all together, let's say that it exists. The survey you do, it's perfect, and please answer to the survey of the ESN, but also answer to the survey perhaps your national agency will send to you later. We made a big one in autumn last year. We contacted all the students from the program generation 2013 to 2020. 19,000 answered from Germany, only students. And among many questions, there was one, a political one, who said, do you intend to go to the European elections? And 82% said yes. 12% said, I do not know. And 3% something went wrong, but 3%. And we have communicated these 82% to parliamentarians. It was in, the Zeit, this big journal you can't read in your bed. They have once a week one figure. And there was one figure. 82% of former Erasmus Plus students go to elections, European elections. And when they're in European Parliament, they are always, they hear it. It doesn't matter what you vote. There's a large variety. But to participate, this is something to do. And the best assurance, lifetime assurance for the program is to show how good it is and how it works. My third point is a very concrete one. It is about your work in your committees in your cities. You're very well organized. And we also support a network. We call it Europe Goes to School, Europa nach Schule. Erasmus students and other students from all over the world in groups go to German schools and speak about the European experience, about the country they come from or what they experience in the country. It can be very, very different. And this is really something which is appreciated. And Philip you have a session tomorrow or on Sunday on it, and we brought you into contact with some of our networks. I would really like to see this progress and do the work jointly, because we have a common goal. This is to live in peace in Europe together, and times are not easy to do so. So, these are 3 messages I wanted to share with you. I'm very happy to be here, and I'm also willing, if you have the time, to answer questions or just take remarks or suggestions from you, what you want us to do. Thank you so much. So, any questions or remarks?
I will have a question.
Yes.
There are rumors that the budget that we would want might not be reached, or that they might be budget cuts. How might that affect our upcoming years and our mission?
Yeah, there are rumors, but I'm confident. This is about the budget 2025. You know, we have, differently from the national budgets, the budget of the European Commission and each program is for 7 years, and we have a stability. And the money we can't spend in former years, especially in Corona years, is coming back now. And there has been a gentleman agreement that the money from the program is injected to the program. In the meantime, the financial instruments of the European Union developed, and remember, for the first time, for the Recover EU funds, the member states allowed the European Commission to make debts, to go to the bank and get some money. And if you have lent money from a bank, you have to pay interest. And so the member states say all the recoveries from former years do not go to the programs anymore, but we pay the interest for it. For this year, anyway, for 2025, we have an increase, German level, of 17 million euros. And then there are 365 million euros at European level of recoveries. The member states want to take off 300 million. So even if they do so, there will be 65 million in addition, which means for Germany 2 or 3 million. But the European Parliament refused. It's the first fight, and it's important. And it's important that the European Parliament says this for this program. For other recoveries, the European Parliament accepted. And the Cult Committee, which is Committee for Culture and Education, which is responsible for us, refused. The Budget Committee refused. And there has a formal vote by the entire Parliament of the European Union. They refused. They cannot refuse definitely. Now there are negotiations between the Member States and European Parliament, and they have time until the 19th of November. So there will be perhaps cuts, but cuts in what would be additional. But I'm a little bit confident that they won't take away all of it. Having said that, the situation is more difficult for the new program generation, because I said we have 28 billion euros in this program generation. But we have a budget profile in 7 years which goes like this. So in the first year we have less than in the last. This means if we want to continue in 2028 with what we have done in 2027, we need the double of the budget. This is simple, but when you go to Parliament to explain to the deputies, they do not know it from the beginning. But they accept it, and generally now there is a consensus that if we want to do more in the program, we need to double the budget. This means 56 billion euros. This is hard to find in these times, with climate change, with green transition, with digital change, and with war back in Europe. There have to be readjustments, sure, but I do not see any other program as well prepared to fight for the money and for the next generation, and it is an investment in the future. So for 2025 I'm quite confident. I even think there will be some more money. There will be more money for the next program generation, but everything depends how much more, and then we can decide in how far we can go for an Erasmus for everyone. Sorry, it's a little bit technical, but many people are speaking about that, and there's an interest for that. And I've seen one parliamentarian from the Democratic right wing, and he said, "Yeah, Erasmus is something you can argue politically with." Yes, please.
Such a program, as you mentioned,
can you speak a little bit louder?
The project with the schools,
yes,
where Erasmus goes to schools. Is it possible, for example, to go to such projects and do this as a form of internship inside your studies?
You can go, you want to know if you get credits for it?
Like, no, yeah, I mean for a internship that is required.
It is possible, but it's not guaranteed. It depends on how the internship you have to do is defined, how long it has to be. You have to look, you have to see with you're studying here in Germany. In Germany, in general, you have in the curriculum some free credits, and you have to speak to your supervisor if this is acceptable for the workload of, I do not know, 1, 2, or 3 ECTS. If it has been done until now, I do not know, but I will find it out, and I will communicate it to you, Philip, and perhaps you can spread the information later.
Okay, thank you. I'm asking because it's an European study. That's why I thought it's smart.
Yes,
just a comment on that, you could look into maybe texting Europe Direct, because they also go to schools, and maybe
thank you.
But I will look for some good practices, and if there are, we will share it with the coordinators.
Are there more questions?
I think this was really great. We just had a presentation on the preliminary results that we did for the ESN survey data from Germany.
Okay.
And a lot of these things came up then and they're coming back now. And I think one of my main takeaways from all of this is that we are doing a very important mission, and we are very fiercely backed by the European Parliament. So we are very important. What we do is very important, and we should all be very proud of ourselves. So if there are no more questions, I would like to call for a big applause, and thank you so much for spending the time with us.
Invited me, and Teresa and me, we have one plan. We want to go to see together the president of the Cult Committee she's from Hamburg, you were in Hamburg, and to present the voice of higher education sector. I've seen her last week with my colleagues from the other sectors, because, well, she's a school teacher, she's interested in that. But together, I think we can achieve something for education. Thank you so much. I wish you a wonderful time here in Hannover. 2 days of work, not too much work, also some party you have a good reputation for doing. And see you soon. Perhaps in Berlin we...
Yes, Mr. Geistes will be attending the opening ceremony at spring break. So you will get a chance to listen to him again then.
But I thought you will be 10 times this.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Will be my pleasure to see you again. Have a nice day.
We have several more information for you. So we're being before the agenda for quite a time now. We're behind the agenda now. But I mean, we had a little break, so maybe you still have some energy left. What is left on the agenda, if you see it, if you look at it? We still have the regional time up. There's going to be an OC announcement, and we have the reflection groups afterwards. So first of all, regional time. I would suggest we cut it by 10 minutes and do it until 18:25. It won't be 45 minutes. It's a bit short, I know, but otherwise maybe our dinner will get cold actually, and I guess not all of you want to stay longer and longer here. So any objections to that? Doing the regional time until 18:25? Okay, perfect. So regional time from right after we're done with this announcement until 18:25. Moreover, check your reflection groups. I don't know if every one of you found them already. They're in the agenda sheet. There's like an extra folder, slider thing, I don't know what to call those, which is called reflection groups, and there you find the information in which reflection group you are and who is your reflection group leader. I just hope everyone finds each other. Otherwise, I would just ask the reflection group leaders to look for their groups. Maybe, I don't know, announce in the chat or something like that. Because after the regional time, we won't come back together. This day of the NA will be closed officially afterwards. But before everyone leaves after the regional time, like all the vote delegates, please remember to give back your voting devices, and also please everyone remember to be on time tomorrow morning, especially the vote delegates, because we will only hand out the voting devices between 9:15 and 9:30. Like otherwise you won't be able to get.
11 sections didn't pick up their voting device today. Please, please change that until tomorrow, and especially on Sunday. It's very, very important that you make sure to collect your voting devices. Thank you.
Thank you. Exactly. Okay, so I would now hand over to Luis, who is going to do the OC announcement on our. Oh yes, who is going to do the OC announcement on the dinner. Oh my God, this was okay. Okay, I'm just going to open the reflection group sheet so that you can look at it here later on as well.
All right, so dinner will be here. We are getting dinner delivered in the bit. So it will be still warm when you finish the regional time. We will put everything in the other room, but you can eat it in the other room and here. That's for dinner. Then social program already. There will be announcements again in WhatsApp later, but you already know that we are meeting at 8 p.m. in Kitchen Garden, wherever that is, for Limmer, which apparently is what Hannover calls their kiosk crawl. Then the kiosk crawl itself ends more or less at the party that starts at 10. You can still get tickets for the party during dinner if you don't have. And then the ones that want to go to the game night, it starts around 8 too. If you are going to the kiosk crawl, we don't expect you to be at the game night.
Are we expected to be at the party?
Yes.
Any questions to the OC for now? Are you all informed? Yes?
I didn't get the timeline for, so now we're doing regional time, then we go directly into reflection groups?
Yes.
Without passing from the start? Without coming back here?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can like just decide for yourself whether you want to do the reflection groups right after or while having dinner in the reflection groups together maybe. Yes. Yes, I will do that. Right after we talk about the regional time again, yes.
The party tickets together.
Yeah, some other member of the team will be selling them.
Okay, yes.
Then we will get off
Another
the
question?
How much time will it be between dinner and the start of the control?
That depends how fast you eat.
But will there be enough time to go back to the hostel to change clothes?
Probably not.
Or maybe. There are some people here who need to bring their luggage to the rooms also. Yes, our luggage still here.
But maybe like the RC can share the location on the kiosk crawl and then you can just join later. So don't be afraid that you can't join the kiosk crawl to change those. Don't get cold, please. Yeah, one
For the party, do we have a specific dress code?
No.
Yes.
If we are not in the groups,
Yeah, just come to me and we'll figure it out. Any more questions to the OC? Yeah, okay, can the regional coordinators then come up front so everyone can meet their regional time persons and figure out where you want to go, because we don't, obviously we only have 2 rooms.
Remember to bring your voting device up to front. Please put the sticks in the box and
Coming up front to tell you where you want to go now, but if you talk, they can't tell you.
Nico.
Okay. I would say.
These also have a coordinator, so we need someone to coordinate.
Tushan, but no, but Tushan is the regional coordinator. Just continue.
Sure, I'll do it.
Do it later on.
Okay, Bavaria goes outside so we get some fresh air. So
Okay, West.
West is also going outside with a nicer place.
Southwest, the other room is fresh air, so we'll go there.
Yes, are you okay, so everyone from the east, follow the
We'll go to the nice place outside.
People, there are still people from the north that don't know where to go. Yes.
we will stay here so we know who is north.
Okay, and to read, I will show you.
Peace.